blockchain relevant in this country, like it or not. Chuta would run to Abuja to host events. Please, let's clap for him. I'm not saying this to flatter Chuta. He doesn't even know that I know him until I met him recently. In 2019, I was here with you on the stage, and so kudos to people like him who are trying to push the technology. You run to Abuja to host events, come down to Lagos to host events. Sometimes people don't turn out. But today, the fire has been caught across the country. You have these kind of events. Yesterday was day before yesterday was the blockchain day at the Digital Nigeria conference. Kudos to people like him. Now the government is saying, can we have a discussion on the table? Ma, good news to you. On that day, I was together with one of your Delta brothers, and after the event, we got a request to trickle down that same event in Delta. So I think we would have a beautiful conversation with you after this. But just to buttress on the point I was just trying to make, you create value, you cannot go unnoticed. We have a lot of beautiful ideas. We have the government, for instance, can we have a lot of we have about 36 states with Ministry of Tourism. Can we deploy this same ministry on the metaverse? Come up with NFTs, tokenize these ministries on the metaverse, and see if government will still rely on national subvention. Let's try something out of the regular things we do. So yes, there is business in the metaverse, there is business on NFT, but it depends on how you want to wrap value around it. Sorry, I talked too much. So
Nah,
let me
fantastic.
just
Please, let's give him a round of applause. I mean, those are real nuggets. I think that I pick a lot of sense from what you're speaking about. And I'm going to say to Mr. Chuta, please, whenever we are engaging the government on metaverse and NFT issues, please, can you, can you get him on that conversation? So, Yerins, I mean, I'm sure almost everybody knows Yerins. You're popular from BBN. So I would have thought that with your, everything, your swagger, I would have thought that you just end up being a model and all of that. But look at you, you're in the blockchain space. And I mean, you're doing pretty good. So as an individual, let's talk to people. How exactly do I get value out of the NFT space? How do I become maybe an NFT KOL? How do I develop myself? What value can I probably get? How can I become a person in that space?
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, you have to understand that the NFT itself, under non-fungible token or as a non-fungible token, the whole ecosystem is according to SkyQuest in 2021. NFTs were valued at 15 billion dollars, and they are projecting it to be 122 billion dollars in 2028. So this is an ecosystem that is ever rising, and people are very, very curious about it. Now, how do you get into the space, and how do you build yourself from it? Okay, so first of all, you have to understand that this is something that people will be using in every aspect of their life in almost in very, very, very soon, and it's very, very close to us. Yes, there was this rush into the system, and people didn't, really put value into it. But now people are taking it back and like, oh, okay, how can I infuse value? And by infusing value, people use non-fungible tokens as real estate. In real estate, you can use it to do ticketing events. You can use it as a certificate. These blockchains, and also all these things are needed. And if you're a young individual looking to go into just building something new and building for the future, I think NFTs are the best things to go into. So you don't necessarily need to know the techie part of everything in the NFT, but just this area that I am in, how do I bring it in, and what is the value? So you first understand what non-fungible tokens are, and then you look for a way to connect whatever you're doing to that non-fungible token, and it will make every other thing possible. So if you need more knowledge on it. Of course, the internet is there, and you'll be surprised the amount of knowledge you can get from there. So I also understand that there is this fear to get into it because of course, I know the NFT ecosystem, and they're a little bit gatekeeping. People don't, if you don't know about it, you don't know about it. But you don't need to have that fear. All you just need to do is build yourself in whatever area you are in, get a little knowledge about NFTs, and see how you guys can connect, and you go. It'll be great.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, just to add. So I run this company called Gonana. It's a farmers marketplace. And the idea, right, was how can we even make, because we wanted to see, aside serving the marketplace function and then helping farmers to get introduced to crypto and all that, how can we be able to um, turn these farmers' products, like pictures and the rest, into NFT? So it's going to be like agriculture and art, right? So, but we noticed that we might probably be targeting the wrong set of people. So, like he said, uh, truth be told, NFT can be a very dicey game as long as you have. I would want to even canvas for this, that can we leave NFTs for people that are into arts, people that are into performing arts? Uh, the, for instance, I am a musician, right? Can I tokenize my? Can I be able to get royalties from what I do? I'm a gamer. Can I be able to get royalties from all these things? So at the end of the day, we don't just run into the bubble and then when it busts, then every other thing goes down the drain. For instance, we're working, is very key to identify even the primary blockchain that you work with. I am working with a company called Water Blockchain. What they do basically is blockchain for carbon, for commodities, right? So that is even meeting my own need. My primary need is meeting it. So if I have a blockchain that is solving the issue of, that is focused on NFTs and metaverse, then run to it. So we build the ecosystem in clusters. But the idea has always been, let's jump on the bubble. And, so I think we need to begin to run away from that and build real value. Then we can be able to help solve the problem we are trying to solve. Sorry.
Thank you, Stephen. And yes, so I'd like to say again, for anybody out there that thinks that they're already late. All right. If you think you're late to this, I mean, you're not. This is, I mean, NFTs maybe like 5 years. That's when we started seeing a lot more utility. So please, jump in. You've listened to Steven. There are so many opportunities. Look at Yerins. Yerins is now a tech bro. I mean, it doesn't matter where you started from, whatever gave you fame. You can always jump on blockchain and get more fame and money. Am I right, Yerins? I'm still coming back to you. All right, sir. Okay, I'll give you the mic. So we've been speaking about advantages, about value, about all these things. Nice things about NFTs and the metaverse. But then you know us in the blockchain space, we are as decentralized as it comes. And also decentralized with the way we think. So yes, we understand that these things have advantages. However, what are the demerits? I've listened to people speak about how the metaverse being a virtual world just creates, it gives you like some kind of depression in the real world. Because in the metaverse, you're probably like Elon Musk, you're a billionaire, you've created that profile. Then once you step out of that virtual reality, you become you, that guy that has almost nothing in his pocket. So can you say that's a disadvantage? Or what other disadvantages do you see around this emerging tech? And also, where does regulation come in at that point?
Well, on a personal note, I think um, when I remember that question reminds me of when Jack Ma was asked that what would be the most required um, virtue or the most required job description in the next, after all we build the robots and everything. And he said empathy, empathy. And looking at that, you notice, with this generation and the people who are coming after, there's a lot of disconnect, especially with remote work, where people don't interact anymore with their fellow human beings. And it breeds, like you said, depression. It also breeds so many unwanted characters. If you go online, like, yes, something happened yesterday on Twitter, and I was wondering, somebody just went haywire for nothing, And at the end of the day, I just found out that he was just chasing clout, using some people's challenges, and he was blowing it. I know those are the things that come with these worlds where you don't have, where people are not held accountable to a certain extent. But I think by and large, for every good thing that comes, there's always an advantage. And I think if used wisely, there's going to be the advantage would outweigh, especially in the area of education, quality education. You could be in a classroom with one of the best teachers in the world, and at a reduced cost, not necessarily flying to UK or US to do the same thing. And you could also see, especially in concerning our, we all know how our medical industry is in Africa, where everybody has to go to UK or US or India to even treat ordinary headache. We would see a lot of utility around that industry, the medical industry. And for me, it's a very big plus, because we need to, the amount of money we spend on those two particular industries, we need to bring it home and keep it home here. The forex that these two industries use outside the country is killing the economy. The small dollars we have, we are using it for that. And of course, there are a lot. I think if used wisely, like every other thing, there is going to be far more. Is going to be far more advantageous, especially for developing nations in Africa, like Nigeria. But there are also disadvantages, like I said: depression, lack of empathy by people. Somebody said it is there that we might even see the start or the spark of the next war or whatever. Because one thing, because of the unregulated space, a lot of people tend to spread any news. They tend to hype any news out of. Some people are already discussing it in spaces. If you go to Twitter spaces and clubhouses, you see some discussions. You wonder how, where, what? It's even totally different from the reality. Why are these people discussing this here? They discuss funny subjects. And imagine they are in a room in the metaverse. It's the same thing, and it spreads like that. So we would have a lot of fake news being spread. We had a lot of that going on. So the place of regulation is very important. We need to. It is time these ecosystems become regulated. Of course, because of the decentralized nature, where you have to plug in your wallet and connect. I see regulation also having being not overreaching, because if I can just plug in on my phone, who will regulate me sitting in a room? It's quite difficult, So, but something has to happen for there to be sanity. And imagine your son or your daughter, you send them to a room, there may be children's room to go to, or in the children's metaverse, or Disney World, because I heard Disney is also building their metaverse, and one crook somewhere decides to play, and the boy is watching what they are doing. So, how do we guard against that for children, for minors? So those are things that industry practitioners, stakeholders will have to keep thinking about, keep evolving on, so that we'll have a peaceful, safe metaverse. I think recently somebody said she was, or he or she, he or her, I can't even remember, how they, I think it's a he she or whatever they call them, that said her avatar was abused in the metaverse. So those are snippets of the future. Those are snippets of what we are going to see in the near future. So how do we curtail? How do we manage? How do we make sure that people are still able to go in and come out safe? I think those are things that we need to talk.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So one thing that I think is the flaw of humans is the fact that no matter the idea or no matter how pure an idea is, humans always find a way to go around it, and that's what decentralization is kind of solving. We are like, what, these corporations, they own these big companies and applications and all, and they can get to dictate. So let's say this platform is very good to us right now, and this platform is very good to us right now because, oh, the CEO is a good guy. And then maybe one day the next CEO comes and he's like, I hate all of you. I want to remove this. And you that use the platform, you have no choice than to abide by that. And even users too. So decentralization of Web3 is like, what? Let's take this out of humans' hands and put it in a system where people get to, like, make transactions that are verified by other people that don't know them, and you get to connect with other people without having to maneuver your way. And like I said, Web3 blockchain, it's just starting, and no matter, even Web2, or back in 1998, 1996, when it all started, people projected that it's going to be bad, it's going to this, it's going to that, and even the problems that were projected then are not the problems Web2 is having now. So, like, the most important thing is to start and to solve the major problem. And the major problem was putting, this financial technology, putting all these things in the hands of humans. Like I said, it's a good idea, but it's humans. Yeah, so we are taking it back and saying, let's make this a decentralized space where corporations don't get to, it's individuals. And to verify these entities, to verify these apps, we need computers that will, and a system where computers are the ones that do this job. And that's what is going on. And there's lots of, like, ups and downs, but the good thing is where NFTs, or where blockchain is or was 2012 or 2015, is not where we are right now. And even then they didn't know that we will encounter some of the issues we have now, but we have solved some. Ethereum just went to proof of stake. This is just very, very massive for the blockchain entirely. So we will keep progressing, and the most important thing is that we started something amazing. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, let's give our panelists a round of applause. I told you that I was sitting among the stars, dropping nuggets on top of nuggets. Our time is already fast spent, so we will not be able to take questions. However, if you have any questions, okay, we can take questions. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, so we can take 4 questions. All right, if you have any questions for any of the panelists, and we've been talking about NFTs and the metaverse. I have earrings, I have Stephen, I have Mr. Paul. Any questions? All right, somebody. Fantastic. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So. It's not working. Maybe you want to come forward. You can use my mic. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Shitu Abimbola, and I'm a writer in the space, um, blockchain space. So my question is it's a twofold. While I was sitting there, my my seatmate asked a very important question, and she said, "What is the need of all of this? I mean, have we finished exploring our universe? Why do we need to move to metaverse?" That's number one question. Then the number two question, I think I'll have to do a little bit of introduction before I go to the number two question. So the metaverse, the word meta means extra or super. The verse from universe. So extra universe. So does it mean that we can be in two universes per time? I be in a meta and I be in the one that God created. So, and non-fungible token, anything that is non-fungible means cannot be replicated, right? Cannot be divided. 100 naira note is fungible because you can divide it to 250 naira note or 520 naira notes. So, NFTs, what exactly? Why exactly are they expensive? You know, I mean, you mentioned Jack selling something for, what is the rationale for the exorbitant price that they go for?
Please, let's give him a round of applause. Before you go on, so my first question, I think Stephen said my question was difficult. Have you seen difficult question now? All right, so do you want to go? Which one of them are you going to go for?
Let me just one or two.
All right.
First thing is why are they expensive? Now, do you know the Bored Ape Yacht Club? Okay, the Bored Ape. I think at its peak, the highest Bored Ape, the highest NFT, I think it went for as much as, was it up to $1 million? Over $1 million. Now, who are the owners of those? Who are the owners of those NFTs? People like Gary V, the Beast. The Beast has about I think more than 10 million subscribers. Friends of Gary V. You have what's this young artist? Um, quite a number of artists. I think even Drake. Yeah? Snoop Dogg has. Now, it's an exclusive club where their utility is access to them. They could be in Dubai and the um, gate pass is your ownership. Once you show ownership of a Board Ape Yacht Club, you enter. Now, is it Yugo Labs that built the entire Board Ape ecosystem? They wove a lot of utility around it. So now access to those kind of people is top notch. Now there are also some crypto groups in that ecosystem where you could have access to VC funding. You could have access to information about the next big thing, and that is massive. You could have access to probably um, like Aptos that just came. Maybe they would even allow you to buy pre pre-funding. You know, there are so many utilities around it. You understand? It's like belonging to a Ikoyi club. It's not for everybody. It's expensive. You understand? But it gives you access. You could go walk in there, you see Dangote. You could walk in there, you see Otedola. Now you go there and you become friends because you're also a club member. You understand? So that's why it's expensive. Now, but for somebody who bought Jack Ma's tweet, it's hype. Not Jack Ma, sorry, Jack Dorsey. He was even surprised at the offer. He was surprised. He didn't believe it could get to that amount. Now, there are other people who they have too much money. You know, there are people who had 10,000 Ether, 15,000 Ethereum, when Ethereum was $20. So he looks at it now, Ethereum is $5,000. Calculated, that's crazy for somebody who's living in a third world country like Pakistan, some of those countries. And he's like, let me buy this. It could be a bragging right. So there were people also who were just buying because they had a lot of money, not knowing what to do with them. So, but there are particular utilities. There are some, I've forgotten, is it crypto punks? They have, if you belong there, there's a group you belong to, there's access. You have access to so many things. And so it is. There, let me, because of time, let me just stay there. Let others take the other question.
Okay, either of you. So he asked, "Is there why? What's the need for this? And can you be in the real world that God created, and also in the metaverse that we have created?"
Okay, yes,
Very
yes.
quickly, just
Okay,
30
yes, very
seconds.
quickly. Okay, so for the metaverse, so when Web 2 came back in 1995, when it was like predominant and people were using HTTP, building, apps and all, one thing that was important for people was connectivity. And people just wanted to connect. I can connect to my friend that is in another state, I can connect to my friend. And down to 2005, it got to a whole other stage where people were building apps that was very easy. Africa got to connect with lots of things, lots of other continents. People got to see the African space. People got to like see that, oh, Africa is not just what they portray on TV. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. It was so interesting because people got to connect. Now Web3 and the metaverse itself is taking that connectivity to another level. Now, and it's not even taking it like in terms of corporation, but as an individual. So when back when COVID came and people were in their house and all, most people struggled to connect, do this connecting. And, that was when like there was this very high increase in Web3 and the metaverse because people just wanted to like, be in their home and have this discussion feeling like they are in the office. Now, if you are in your house and let's say you're working, there is some kind of hindrance because you have no back and forth conversation with someone that you can get the job done. That's why most people go to the office, because I can ask someone a quick question and go back to work, and productivity is very, is on a fast pace. But but if there is no metaverse, so that's one of the stuffs that metaverse is solving. Like, when you get to that metaverse, you get to have that interaction, even concerts. You get to have that friendly interaction without having to go to that place. Like I said, there's connectivity. So not everybody has ticket to go to New York and attend one festival.
Right.
But I can do that with the metaverse. And like I said, a concert, board meetings, conversations, interviews, even so that's just the idea of the metaverse. So, like
With these
that's
few
that's
words of
basically it.
yours, you've been able to convince him that there's need for the metaverse and the NFTs. Please,
Thank you very
we
much.
cannot take any more. We've taken too much time. Okay, please, can we take our question? Please, just.
It's a lady. I
Stephen
have
is
to
going
be
to take it.
sentimental about
Please,
this.
all right, please, let's have her.
Please, let's allow her, please.
Yeah. Stephen, you take this. Please, not exceeding 20 seconds.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My
Hi.
name is Farida Mao, and I have two questions too. So yeah, I'm really going to stretch it out. Um, Firstly, we were talking about the metaverse and everything. Do you see the need for maybe in government regulation, like maybe regulating the rights of people in metaverse? And because you were talking about someone being sexually abused in the metaverse, do you think because so many people now are on the virtual plane and basically spend their whole lives and earn money from the virtual plane, do you think that we need a new regulation that, okay, you want to make a metaverse person, this person is going to have a whole legal personality, like he has rights, he has duties to people. If he gets paid or something, you have to pay your taxes to the meta government. But yes, do you think that there would be a need for this moving forward? And um, the second question I have is more about the NFT spaces. And I wanted to ask, for people in Africa, do you think that there will be a need for some sort of intellectual property kind of protection as people are coming up? Because right now it's a very unregulated space, so like the Wild West, free for all. So would there be any need for that?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
10 seconds, 10 seconds. Intellectual property, government regulation.
Yes, there will be a need for government regulation because children will definitely go into the metaverse and their rights, their privileges has to be protected because if not, people would abuse them. They would sell what they are not supposed to sell. Ideas. You can turn a child's mind by what the child is viewing. And if you sell what the child is not supposed to view to that child, you'll be held responsible. So there'll definitely be a need for regulation.
Thank you very much, sir. Regulation works with innovation.
Okay. So why would you limit your question to Africa? Why not the globe? Because so now the idea is whatever works for the West should work for Africa, right? So anything that you feel it's proper, intellectual property, I am a canvas. I always want to move for intellectual property for people, original content creators, right? Or original idea innovators. So everyone deserves to have to have ownership to his ideas. So there should be something like that, even on with the NFTs. That's why I'm even moving that a notion that government should support these NFTs
All
thing,
right.
so that
All right, thank you very much, the audience. You've been a wonderful audience. Please, can you give everybody a round of applause? Yarin, Stephen, and Mr. Paul. Thank you very much, guys.
A wonderful session. Please, let's play a round of applause again for them. Again, please. Thank you. We're going to have pictures with them. The president of FinTech Association, please, can you, and madam, please, can you come? And the CEO of FinTech Association, Mr. Lee, please, let's have a photo session with them. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. I'm back on stage. So, how many of us learned a lot from that conversation? If you had any kind of misconception about the metaverse NFT economy, did they do some kind of justice to it for you? They did, right? Thank you. You know, in 2017, I came across a platform called Social Life. Social Life was not it had the vibe of the metaverse. In fact, I might call it the metaverse. Sometimes we attribute anything metaverse like that is built on the blockchain. And I will not argue with anybody. So it had a platform where my younger cousin introduced me to it. He's a gamer. So he told me, Chike, there's this game I'm playing. Let me show it to you. Social Life. And I went into that place. He also went in. And we approached somebody, a lady, and the girl asked him, what is your name? On the platform. You can Google it, Social Life. And he told her his name. And she's from Russia. So Nigeria, Lagos, somebody who is in where? Russia. And we started having communication on that social platform. And you know what the girl said? She said, I have never heard about Nigeria before. I only know about Africa. And the next day, she came back again. They were on the platform. I didn't know what she told him. She said, oh, I asked my friends and my father and a lot of other people about, I will never forget that day, about Nigeria. And do you know what her response was? She said, oh, I heard that there's a lot of terrorists and beggars in Nigeria. What does that tell you? So let me tell you something. Some people may not see the need for the metaverse economy, but it is how, like I said at the beginning, technology is a tool in the hands of who? The player. If you decide to do anything on the metaverse, you can portray Nigeria as paradise. People who are going to be on that metaverse will come and see the amazing things that Nigeria has to offer. If you do art, please pay closer look to NFTs. We have museums everywhere. If you're an art curator and all of that, you should know all of that. We have those art galleries everywhere in Lagos, in a lot of places, Abuja and all of that. Artworks are just there, waiting for the world to see them. Gone are the days where the white people always come down here, or people from different part of the world come down here to see Nigerian art. That is gradually going away, but it is coming back. Some people are beginning to bring art to the forefront. But in order for those people who love art that cannot come to Nigeria, go to any of the metaverses. If it's Decentraland, anyone, if it's Sandbox, if you love art, go and look for how you can. If it's to get small space there, start showcasing these artworks. You don't know who might just see it, and he might pay you in whichever, is in Ethereum, is in whatever the currency that metaverse uses. And I know there's a lot of misconception. So just look at it. And the young lady that asked this question, if you know you are good in, you know how to do security, go and start a private security company on the metaverse. And put your service out there. Before you know it, maybe one day the government will be consulting you on the metaverse for security advice. I'm just saying though, anything goes as far as it's good. So thank you so much. A round of applause again for everybody who was on that panel. They actually said a lot. So I know that ideas are here and you're already beginning to pick one. After the event, you can meet these people and also talk to them, get more knowledge. If you know you want to play in that space, there's a whole lot that can be done there. Thank you so much. So we'll move straight to the next activity of the day. And I'm quite excited about this. Somebody said something here, one of them, he said, let's give, what's it called? We should really give a round of applause to somebody, and he's going to be coming up the stage now to actually give us, what's it called? Sorry, he's going to be speaking on the impact of blockchain in the economy of Nigeria. I'd like to call him one of the grandfathers of crypto and blockchain in Nigeria. The first ever blockchain event, the first ever blockchain and crypto event I attended in 2017 was hosted by him. That is, and till date, I attended the last one that happened, I think, a month ago here at Civic Center. And he has always done that in Abuja twice a year, in Abuja and in Lagos. And he's still doing it. And I like to see him as a very, very senior colleague in the industry. And like he said, he has taken, the first time I ever had to meet with the Stock Exchange Commission, he invited me as one of the stakeholders to go there. Let's go and be talking to the government. So let's invite the person of Mr. Chuta Chimezie. He's the founder of Blockchain Nigeria User Group. You can say BNUG. Let's welcome him as he gives us his speech. Please, let's keep clapping. Thank you so much. You're welcome on stage, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Are you alive this morning? Come on, it's blockchain we are talking about. It's crypto, okay? I think we had some green days a few days ago. I think this week has been a little bit green. You should be excited that your portfolio that's lost 95%, probably somebody is watering it, and who knows, you might see all your money back in your portfolio, okay? So don't lose hope. And good thing, we just got to know that the Bitcoin halving event will no longer wait till 2024. That's another good news. So late 2023, we're going to have it. So it's something that is worth celebrating. Can you put your hands together for yourself? The industry is smiling, the market is smiling. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I want to thank everyone that's in this event this morning. I want to appreciate FinTech Association Nigeria for what you've been doing since 2016, 2017. I started participating in FinTech Nigeria events and joined as individual and as organization. Thank you so much to the FinTech Association President. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for making it possible for us to have this kind of gathering annually. Thanks also to Dr., the CEO of FinTech Association Nigeria, and of course, the event organizer, Lee Uchenna, and your team at Coin News Extra. Thank you so much for putting up this wonderful event. And thank you also for attending, because it's one thing for someone to put in all the effort to arrange and organize events like this and have people like you come for such an event in a hostile traffic environment like Lagos State. Okay, so put your hands again together for yourself. You made it. I know there are some people that are still stuck in traffic trying to get here. So when Ushena told me that I was going to be speaking about the blockchain opportunities for Nigeria's economy, I began to think, because we've been talking to policymakers and regulators on the value that this industry will add. You know, so sometimes I think that they don't hear very well, you know. I mean, policymakers and regulators, I don't know, there's something that is not very functional in their hearing system. You know, I don't know if it's the ear or interpretation of what we are saying. We've been trying to show them through various fora, openly and privately, why this technology is so important. And I'll be showing some of those things. And this is not another event or another presentation where we'll be defining what blockchain is. But we'll be looking at those things that, if government can do, can help drive positive economic fortunes for Nigeria. Right now, this country is in need of oxygen to survive. I mean, we are currently in a situation where if they don't bring in oxygen, the system will collapse. So we are not a sick country, we are in a critical country. That's what I mean. We have gone beyond being sick, and we need urgent oxygen to be injected. So can I have the next slide? And I want to begin to start giving you an overview of what blockchain represents to us today as an industry and as participants. We see it as the first native digital medium for value exchange. The key word there is native, because this is the first time that digital medium of exchange is created on the digital platform, and they live 100% on the digital platform. Secondly, blockchain provides a foundational to the next generation of the internet. Anything else that the internet is going to look like is going to be built on the foundation of blockchain. So whatever you're seeing right now in the regular web has climaxed. So a new foundation is laid through blockchain technology to begin to drive new innovations. Then it's a digital world where we can truly own things. You heard the guys that were on the panel talking about NFTs and metaverse. That is the capacity to own things on the digital space. Before now, you cannot possibly own things on the digital space. But blockchain technology is making it possible through other web technologies that we'll be looking at. Next slide, please. So I like to look at it as the operating system of the new era of the digital age. Just like every one of us were conversant with Microsoft operating systems, Linux operating systems, Mac, iOS, and so on, Android platforms, enabling developers to build all kinds of solutions and deploy them, and they run seamlessly. That is how blockchain protocols will enable us to build new types of solutions that will solve problems. I mean, real life suffering problems across all devices. You know, blockchain trust protocols and web are enabling the digitization of all assets. So, apart from the buzzwords that a lot of people hear, NFT, metaverse, you see, practically every asset that human beings interact with are eventually going to be digitized and tokenized on blockchain technology protocols. And these are the things that will drive economic transformations for individuals and for nations all over the world. Next slide, please. So I want to say that it's both an exciting time and also a perilous time, because it depends on what we choose to do with it. Currently, a lot of people have already started reaping a lot of results from blockchain technology. New kinds of projects have come up and have begun to turn their businesses into unicorns on the global space. Individuals have created new kinds of wealth that nobody imagined before. So, if we get it right, we'll fundamentally change business and society for the better. Everybody will benefit. Then we'll transform how we interact online, how we exchange value, and most importantly, who gets to participate in the decentralized future. It's not like we used to do when, okay, if you don't fulfill certain conditions, you will not be able to participate. But today, anyone can have a digital wallet by simply coming online, downloading MetaMask into his browser, creating his own wallet, and he starts having access to the digital life and start owning things. Next slide, please. But if we get it wrong, I pray we don't, this technology could become a tool for vested interests to gather wealth, data, and influence. Or worse, it can become a platform for new sovereign societies. Sovereign societies is what we don't want again, because these are people who collect data and information about us and utilize them for their own selfish gains. And some of these data become something that we can no longer control, but they have fallen into the hands of the people that we don't want it to fall into. Next slide, please. So, as industry practitioners and builders, what we try to do is we want to advocate for the integration of Web3 powered by blockchain into our daily lives. Okay, so our argument is for it to succeed because it will usher a new era of prosperity for everyone. So it's not for us to start predicting that it's going to be like this or it's going to be like this. We have to advocate for it, strive to drive its adoption, because if we succeed, everybody will succeed. Next slide. Next slide, please. So I want to say that the economy that works best is the one that gives everyone equal privilege to succeed. An economy shouldn't work for a privileged few. And that is one of the things I saw in blockchain technology that helps me to have boldness to talk about it everywhere. So ultimately, blockchain message is prosperity for all. That's what it's meant to drive, prosperity for all. And it's given us another kick at the can to solve Nigeria's most pressing issues, create more prosperous society, and realize the new promise of the digital economy. Next slide. So let's assume that I'm the president. What will I do to use blockchain technology to drive economic advancement of Nigeria? What will I do? Among other things, the first thing I will personally do if I were to be president, okay, is all the impediments, whether it has to do with policy, strategy, regulation, that are currently slowing down adoption of this technology in Nigeria, and deploy blockchain and Web3 technologies to systematically solve our most pressing problems, from insecurity to epileptic power problem to infrastructural deficit issues like transport and telecommunication. Blockchain technology will solve all this better than any other technology we've known before. If you're an entrepreneur now, I know that you may have, started thinking in this direction, because it helps you to, imagine a new type of service or solution that will address some of these problems. Next slide. So if I were the president, I will inject blockchain technology and Web3 trust to solve trust issues in government, because one of the challenges with our governance system is that people don't trust those in government, and those in government don't trust the people. So it creates a disconnect. There's a lot of opacity in governance structure. So what I want to do is I will utilize the trust protocol and deploy them in public administration, procurement, and accounting. Then budgeting cannot be done anywhere else in any other way except utilizing this trust protocol. Next slide, please. I will utilize blockchain-based identity insurance to ensure that people are who they say they are, and they truly represent the individuality that they say that they have unambiguously. Of course, you know that one of the reasons why we have security issues is that people can easily go to Oluwole and come up with any type of ID card that they want, bearing anybody's name or face that they want. And they will pass the customs, they'll pass the immigration, they pass the police and everybody, and walk to wherever they want to go to. But if I were the president, I will utilize this tech to solve that problem. Next slide, please. I will ensure that the academic and professional certifications are domiciled and verified in the blockchain, immutable and distributed. It's, for me, that will be bye-bye to jati. Okay? Anybody can cook up any certificate and present. Next slide, please. I'll deploy blockchain-based record keeping in our land registry, in the judicial record keeping, in health record management, census records. I'll take away guesswork in statistics and planning, because trusted data is the key ingredient that you need for planning. And if you don't plan, you have no way of succeeding. Next slide, please. I'll make Nigeria to be the go-to destination for global blockchain adoption. Economic prosperity of nations are directly proportional to the level of trust and open participation enjoyed by those in government and those that are governed. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for listening. I'm an expert timekeeper. You see that block there is tickling 0. I'm on my last slide. So don't vote for me. Rather, I want you to vote for blockchain technology advancement for the economic prosperity of Nigeria. Thank you for listening. Next slide, please, so you can get my information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chuta. A round of applause again as he goes back to his seat. You know, when I listen to, so if you're in the crypto space and you've heard these words OG, or you're not in the space, you've heard people say OG, OG, OG. These are the people we call OGs in the space. They have Mr. Paul, Mr. Chuta. They are two people I look up to very well in the space. When I need advice, even when I was working actively for companies in the space, and sometimes they come and make things look very difficult. I just run to older people who understand these things and see what my company wants me to do about it. What do you guys think? And they give me their 2 cents. I was even privileged to work with Mr. Paul in one of the companies I worked with before I left. So yeah, whatever you have seen here, it's something that the technology is great. And I'm not the kind of person who will make the whole thing. There's a whole lot of hype. So I don't like to push bubbles. I don't like to push hypes. But like you heard in the previous panel, there's a whole lot of bubble phase that's happened. Ethereum has passed the bubble phase, whether you like it or not. Ethereum is the grandmaster of blockchain for you to be able to create your own kind of solutions under a blockchain. Because building your own blockchain, there's a whole lot of technical work that goes in there. And Ethereum gave room for people to be able to build solutions and build decentralized applications under it. So yeah, he has said, if I were to be president, I look forward to that day, sir. So yeah, anybody close to any of the people running for election, running to be president of our country come 2023, please tell them we also need you to include in your plan the technology and blockchain technology plan, because we the youths are embracing these technologies and we are going to play more in this space and also add value and grow the finance base of the economy. So yeah, thank you so much again. Give him a round of applause again. Thank you. Yeah, so we're heading straight to call on the next speaker. He's a friend from, they are all my friends. I'm in the space, so I know a lot of them. So he's a friend. He works with one of the reputable crypto exchanges in globally, and he's going to come give us what's it called? Tell us about what they do. And his name is sorry, give me a moment. Mr. Anointing. Sorry, pulling that up now. Yeah, Mr. Anointing Aha, and he's the African manager for the cryptocurrency exchange called L Bank. You may have seen them outside, so let's give a round of applause for Mr. Anointing Aha as he makes it up to the stage. Let's keep giving louder, please. Thank you very much. So he will have the motivation to give us what he has to tell us. You're welcome to the stage, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Like you mentioned, my name is Anointing. I can see some of my daddies here. It's very nice to meet you. Okay. Today, I'll be talking about Airbank basically, and I'm representing the founder of Airbank, and also an advisor in Airbank in the name of Shantanu, and I'm going to give us a brief about what Airbank is for those of us that have not heard about Airbank before, because while on our booths we have been hearing some talks, some persons will just come around and be like, we've not heard about Airbank. Even while Airbank is among the top 10 exchanges currently in CoinMarketCap, some persons still come around and be like, we've not heard about Airbank. So I'm going to give us a brief of what Airbank is going to be, of what Airbank is. Please, my slide. Right? Okay. All right. Thank you. So we have a bulletin, a sheet. My team, they're going to be sharing that across to each table now, so you can follow with me if you're not looking through the slides. Right? So L-Bank, basically, just a little brief before we go into the slide. L-Bank is a digital currency a digital exchange, basically where you can trade your digital assets, trade your cryptocurrencies. We have an NFT marketplace as well. So basically what we do in L Bank is to help you exchange your digital assets, right? Exchange anything you want to exchange, anything digital, the NFTs. We have the game center as well, and basically digital stuff. So next slide. Next slide again. Now, who we are. Like I mentioned previously, Airbank is an exchange, a world-class crypto exchange that provides users with secure, professional, and innovative and convenient products and services, including cryptocurrency trading, derivatives, staking, NFT, and Airbank Labs. Now, in Airbank, like I mentioned, we have the cryptocurrency trading, then the derivative, we have the ETF, we have the grid trading and options trading as well, Airback. Then the staking, we have good APYs for your stakings as well. You can just save your USDT, your cryptocurrencies with us and get good APYs with them, right? We have 3% for USDT. Sometimes it gets to 6%, sometimes it gets to 17%. But for now, we're working with 3%. Currently now it's just 3% for USDT saving. For BTC, it's 2%. That's for the APYs, right? The NFT marketplace. In our NFT marketplace, you can place your NFTs for sale. You can purchase NFTs in our NFT marketplace as well. You can check that out with our app. You can download the app and you see all the features there. Then the L-Bank Labs. I'm going to go into the L-Bank Labs in a bit, not now, because I want this to introduce something that we are trying to build in Africa as well, right? Okay, yes, also on L-Bank, like I mentioned, it's a global exchange, so we have licenses from NFA, MSB, and Canada MSB, right? And also, we are also looking at working with the Central Bank of Nigeria to get a license here as well, to see how we can push and build together with Nigeria. Next slide, please. Okay, our team. Airbank is a global exchange, so we have teams scattered around the world. We have in Canada, USA, obviously Nigeria, Kenya, Brazil, UAE, that's Dubai, India, Vietnam, Philippines, Russia. As you can see there, we have teams all around the world, and in each of these places, each of the places listed there, and many more that are not listed here, we have users as well in those places, right? So our users are scattered globally, and not just scattered globally, we raise good trading volume. We have good trading volume each day. Airbank has about $1.5 billion trading volume every day, right? And we have about 100,000 people come to our platform on a daily basis to trade with our platform, right? Okay, next slide. All right, what we offer. I've mentioned some of this already from the beginning. So cryptocurrency exchange, you trade your BTC, the Bitcoin, the Ethereum, your Litecoin, whatever cryptocurrency you want to trade. We have over 800 types of cryptocurrencies. And one unique thing about Airbank is we tend to list potential projects early enough, not just any project. You know, there's this idea that if a project has not done so well for themselves, they cannot be listed, right? So we tend to look for those potential projects that have not really gone far and list them on our platform for people to trade early with them. That's the tag we have on our back, trade early with Airbank. So you trade early with this kind of projects, you purchase them while they are still growing, and like we say in the crypto space, right, before they get to the moon, before they boom, right, you can purchase them in large quantities in our platform. That's one unique factor about Airbank. And also our derivative services, like I mentioned earlier, we have the ETF trading, contract transaction, and options trading as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, staking, yeah, I mentioned all of this already. The BTC, we have 2% each year, 2%, USDT 3%, USDC 3%. This is the current one we're working with, but as time changes, as of 2 months ago, it was 6%, but now it's 3%. It gets to 17%, right? It gets better, it's only going to get better, right? So our NFT platform, like I mentioned earlier, you can purchase NFTs there, you can sell your NFTs there, you can just put your NFT on our platform, put your price, and you get good buyers from there as well. Okay, next slide. Okay, L-Bank Labs. I said I was going to come back to this. L-Bank Labs is majorly is the venture capitalist part of L-Bank, where we tend to fund projects. We have over $100 million that was invested in this. So what we do is to find potential projects. Like I said earlier, one unique thing about L-Bank is we tend to get potential projects we are trying to grow with Africa. So we're really glad if you're going to join us today. On the bulletin that was passed to everybody, you have our barcode at the back of that, so you can just scan it, download our app, and join our communities from there as well. We're really happy to have you. And yes, for the website, we launched a new website, which is lbank.com. We previously used to use lbank.info, but now it's lbank.com. So for the updated information concerning us, you just go to lbank.com and you're going to get that, all the information you need. Then just at the far back, B7 is our booth. If you have any question after now, if you want to speak with the team, if you want to talk to us about collaborations, about partnerships, about anything, you are invited to join us in our booth and just talk to us about it. So thank you very much, and it's very good to have you. All right, my name is Anointing.
So yeah, that's L Bank. Thank you so much. If you want to get more information about L Bank, their booth is outside. You can meet, and they are still, I think they are still around the hall here. Yes. So speaking of investments, thank God they also talk about investments. So if you're looking for funding to grow your business in the space, they are very, very much open to talking. And if you know you have a product that's of value, please just go meet with them. They will give you insights on how you can be a part of it. That now leads to our next panel section. If you know you're still in the investment hunt and all of that, I'm a co-founder, so I know what it can be when you're looking for funding. It's not very easy. It's not an easy journey to go on. But once you have a product and you're very sure of your product, you can clinch the right investment. So the panel session has a couple of people who I also respect, and what this session is termed is called blockchain investments. Why should I fund a blockchain startup? Why should I fund a blockchain startup? So I will just bring up the amazing persons who are going to be on that panel. And the first of them is Mr. Chuta Chimezie. Please, can you please come onto the stage? Just put your hands together as they climb up the stage. Mr. Please, let's continue till he sits down. Mr. Brian Ruben, is he here already? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Please.
And this compelling value proposition, you also need to demonstrate the capacity and the competence to defend your value proposition. Now, because the value proposition is compelling and I can trust your ability, that means you need to demonstrate an understanding of the markets. See, when you can demonstrate that and an investor listens to you, then he'll be willing to risk his finances in your business. So let's get this clear. Blockchain is not another opportunity to make money. Blockchain is a piece of technology. You see, the world has only moved forward as individuals take responsibility. Now, it was Peter Drucker who said that there are only two duties of the enterprise. He said it is innovation and marketing. You understand this? As somebody who is in agriculture, in finance, the question is, how can I leverage blockchain to deal with the issues from my incoming logistics to when products are sold, to lower my cost? When I lower my cost, the value I pass on to buyers will be higher. Now, that's the reason for them to want to buy. That means I can have a market that is sustainable. This is the attraction. This is why somebody will want you. It doesn't really matter what you do. You see, understand that I think it was the moderator that explained that blockchain is bigger than cryptocurrency. It's just a part of it. You see, so the whole idea is understand that you can leverage blockchain as a technology to improve your value chain. When you do that, your business becomes more compelling to somebody. I understand something very clearly. Every business is. Do I still have the time? Should I stop? I should stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brian. The key, I take the part of value proposition. It's very important. As somebody in this space, what is your value proposition? How unique is your value proposition as against existing products? And there's something again he mentioned. Blockchain is just a piece of technology, but can you use blockchain to efficiently put up something that is better than existing technologies in agriculture, healthcare, or wherever? Your ability to do so will get you funding. Mr. Bello, sir, please, sir, when should a blockchain startup start raising funds from angel investors or VCs? When do you think they should start raising funds? Is it before the product, after the product? When, sir?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohamed Bello. I come from Kano, and I have good guys here to respect. I never knew I would find myself one day with you on stage. I have never think myself I will ever be here. But thank you for the privilege. Anything that has to do with investment, product, venture capitalists, and also startup, people always tend to mix it up. It always comes from the intention. The intention of all those guys now coming with a new product, all they want to do is to copy how others succeeded. Okay, I have heard from Lagos, somebody have raised $7 million by just doing this. Okay, let me just set up my guys, get the development, and also start attracting investors. For me, that's not how it works. There is really a problem waiting to be solved by this generation of us. And if the product is out there, how is the product solving the problem? If the product is solving the problem and you want to be accelerated, your product is working very well and is solving a problem for some group of people, and the demand for that solution is out there, that is when you are going to call, for instance, an investor to come into your business so that you get your business accelerated. If your product is solving a problem of maybe, let's say, 100 people, and the demand is for 10 million people, you don't have the capacity to do that. That is when you need an investor money. That is when you need to go and start showcasing your product. This is what I do. Come and invest in my business. For example, let me just give you what I'm so much familiar with. For example, when you go to the north, people are financially excluded, and these people always want to deal with money, for example. And now you cannot do these businesses without that terminal. What do you call it? The POS terminals. So if, for example, you have business to do, and maybe you have only 100 terminals, and your service is accurate, is working very, very fine, and the demand for that particular terminal is maybe 10,000. You don't have that money. You have the solution. You don't have the money. That is when you start going to investors. Hey, look, this is my balance sheet. This is my revenue. This is what I'm doing. Can you bring in your money so that, yes, we can get accelerated from where we are now to 1,000 times what we are doing now? That is when an investor will say, hey, look, this opportunity is investable. That is where I will now put my money and I will allow you to grow. And that is when you will attract much more investors. But for example, you only have an idea. Who is going to invest in an idea? There is no way people invest in an idea because there are so many mistakes you haven't made for that business to succeed. Business and every other product is like, it's practical. To me, this is what I see. You cannot just be reading book about swimming every day and they will honor you with PhD without getting into the field. You must be into that, because if they crown you with the honorary degree in swimming, from the day you go to the field, if they put you in the pool, you will sink. That's how you must make mistakes in the business, and that is when investor will not risk his money. He will have to look for a safety environment for him to put his money, and also he has plan for him to exit, to cash out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What he said brings to mind something that happened. I think I watched it on, is it Lions Den, the Nigerian version? Somebody walked up to the Lions and was asking for 45 million or somewhere around that amount. And they asked the person, how much have you made before? He said, nothing. Another person said, do you have your balance sheet? He said, no. No. What have you done? He said, I have an idea. And they started laughing. You know, he said three things that are very important. Don't copy and paste. Be unique. Have something to show. Have some mileage before even seeking out VC funding. You can't go with an empty hand. You can't go zero, just an idea. There must be some milestone achieved. Now, this brings me to a question I want. I'll ask Chuta before we go to Charles. Chuta, you have been with Adaverse for some time. How do you guys value projects? How do VCs generally value projects? Is it what parameters, yardsticks do you use to give valuation to any startup that is seeking funding? Help us to understand. 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. There are four things really. But first of all, you have to understand that a startup is a business that has the potential very fast. So if you have a startup, that business, an investor must see that this startup can grow quickly. Secondly, a startup works with we talk to you and we see that you have a scalable single idea, not that as you say, I want to create something that will do this. No, a startup works with a single idea that is scalable, and they put all that they have into it to scale it to its maximum. But we normally look out for four things. Most people focus on three, but I'll talk about the four things. First of all, we look at the startup business idea. What is your problem that you're solving? What problem are you specifically solving? Then we'll look at your solution. What makes you think that your solution is capable of solving this problem? Can you build what you say that you build? Third, we look at your insight. What special knowledge do you have? You and your team members, what do you have that make you believe that you can actually take this car from where it is to where you want it to go? Probably a member of your team is Elon Musk. We'll say, great, we invest. Do you understand? But you look at your team and there's no one in the team that has any specialized knowledge. Okay, nobody has any outstanding accomplishments elsewhere before. Then we begin to doubt if you can actually deliver on what you said that you'll do. And lastly, we look at what we call market monopoly. Can you have some kind of monopoly in your chosen market and probably become a category king? Because as a startup, we expect that you grow quickly. So can there be some element of monopoly such that if you launch this product or you start scaling this product and probably the Dangotes and the Tenio Luminous begin to bring their sacks of money, can they run you out of business? How can you sustain your project if big players come before we make that decision? And finally, bonus, if we see that some other VCs have made some type of investment or you have had an access to some kind of grant at any point, then it makes us to have that confidence that someone else has looked at what you're doing and he has rated you, and he has somehow decided to buy into the risk, and we want to share in those risks as well.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope you guys are taking note, especially startup founders, because I know quite a number of startup founders who are here. Take note so that when you go to Adaverse, you will not be biting your tongue. They ask you, where are you? And I'll be saying, we are coming. Please take notes. Mr. Charles, I know Convexity has funded quite a number of projects. I know AeroPay and 2 other projects. By and large, sir, what have you seen with these startups? And what advice would you give um, startups who are here and who are watching us online on what not to do? What to do when they come for funding? Based on your experience, sir.
Hello, everybody. Good day. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. So, thank you for having me. So, at Convexity, we've actually invested in a couple of projects. We have some others which I don't think I want to disclose right now. So, we have seen of startups that have come to us. One of the things that is rejigging their business model, because this you put in blockchain into your solution, then investors will come running. Within 2018 and maybe early 19 or so, you can what investors look at, especially us, is a business model, and fail to understand is your paperwork is most of the startups or most of the solutions we had reasons to come back and rejig the business model and with the customer. So as a startup or aside getting traction to a certain level, you have that interaction with your would-be customers or client. They will definitely lead to you rejigging words and public. So that's one thing I will take home. Then for especially those that I know some people are not comfortable anytime I ask them, do you really need blockchain, integrating blockchain in your solution? And it seems blockchain or you need to ask yourself, do you really need to? Yeah, right. If there's no need for it, then there is already this integrating a blockchain can maybe the
Mr. Charles, we can barely grasp what you're saying because this is actually another problem that needs a solution. Somebody has to build something that when you are at a conference and it's a live program, it doesn't break like this. So think about that. So, sir, we are having a challenge hearing you. It's breaking. But what you will do is, can you put that in words, send to me, or any of us, send to me? I'll say what you have for us, please. We barely are hearing you. Mr. Brian, sir, I'll go back to you, sir. Which is more attractive to investors or VCs? Which is more attractive? Taking equity or taking token for blockchain startups? Or both? Which is more attractive that when you offer, they know you mean business? You have 2 minutes, sir. And after you, I want Chuta from Adaverse to still say something on that. He has 1 minute. So quickly, sir.
All right, thank you very much. The world moves forward every day, so apparently um, everything is being tokenized. But there are people who wouldn't believe in that immediately. But if you look at the market, when I looked at the information, it's quite a growing market, meaning people are responding to that. And it's not difficult to understand. You have liquidity, it's programmable, and all of that. So I do think that taking token is quite attractive, and there is evidence to that effect. People, the numbers are growing, and I think it's going to keep growing. Thank you.
So are you saying equity or both?
Yeah, so I'm saying that right now the world is at a place where there is still a mystery of that. See, but as we move forward, you're going to notice that um, token is going to be more attractive because it's a redefinition. It's more valuable actually. It's taking away most of the limitations of just having equity. So you can expect that more people will be attracted to it as we move forward. That's a given, really.
Okay. Mr. Chuda.
Okay, so there are some startups that also operate in blockchain space and they don't issue tokens. Okay, and I would like to, maybe your founder here, you have to understand that you must not issue a token for your project, except there is need for it. So don't issue token for the sake of issuing token, because even if you issue it and you think you're very smart and you're going to give the investors some millions or billions of the token in exchange for hard cash, it's not going to work because everything is normally vetted. So it's not really a question of which one is better. It's after analyzing what you're building and looking at your tokenomics. Tokenomics is the science of understanding what are the underlying values that govern the token of your protocol. So when we look at all that and we come to the conclusion that if this type of project eventually issues a token will actually do well. Then token will come in as one of the negotiating instruments for giving you access to fund.
So, sir, sorry to cut you, if I'm a startup and I have issued tokens, at Adaverse, what do you guys prefer? And based on your experience in this space, do VCs always take the both? Or do they just go, okay, no, I want equity or I want tokens? What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. VCs don't rush to take tokens because you could end up with shake token. Do you understand? You know shake token, right? You don't want to hold a bag that has nothing inside. Okay, so it depends. So first of all, we look at the tokenomics of the project. Then that will form the basis of even accepting to negotiate based on your token. But every VC wants a share of the company if that company is sincere. But I want to say one more thing. Even in the VC space, there are also scammers. Do you understand? Yeah, you have to be careful with that. There are VCs that want to get into your project, take your token, and give you funds and dump you. Do you understand? Because the token becomes the easiest exit strategy for them to recoup their money with a lot of interest without waiting for you to grow. So they just wait for you to list that token. Once the token does 10x, they pull out their funds and your token dumps and they move to the next project.
Thank you so much. So the startup founders always take note. There are also scammers in the space who come as investors. Now, Charles, please, can you send us a text? You send a voice note. Send us a text on what you have to say. I'll just read it out. Mr. Bello, sir, you've been in this space for some time, especially I know you are a pan Nigeria. You play across Nigeria, but so far, what do you see about the landscape in the north concerning access to funding? Do we have a lot of projects coming up? who need funding and not able to access for. What's your take generally around startups, funding, and ability to access quick funding from that side?
Okay. Well, there is so much difference between here and there. The mindset, the people actually, and the platform for this kind of idea to be showcased is not there. And I don't want to say much about that, but that's the plain truth. We have brilliant guys. We have good guys. They are genius. But the platform for them to try, to showcase, to come up with this kind of idea that will change the world actually is not there. And it's so unfortunate, and I'm saying this with regret, but I'm not happy to say that. But I'll talk to you guys.
But you guys have been doing a lot.
We have been doing a lot.
Yes, I noticed the Abuja people. I noticed you guys have a lot to do with convexity. What's happening? Are we seeing, because it's important that we see this innovation also coming from there. Every part is pushing it. I'm seeing quite a number of people. What are you guys doing to make sure that people access funding for their projects?
Well, actually, now making mention of convexity from Abuja, I think we have seen it as oasis. They have come to rescue us. In fact, that is how we quickly rush anywhere we are having an idea. Convexity has provided the platform for all of us, and we have seen them as our greatest VCs whenever it comes to blockchain and digitalization at all. In that regard, it is the culture, the people, and the mindset that differs. And we have actually been working very hard to see that, okay, we, the little one that we are coming up, we are doing a lot more to provide, because we have become a source of inspiration to people. And we are trying to see how we are coming to have like this kind of synergy, the kind of partnership, collaboration with the people here, people in Abuja, especially the convexity and other blockchain startups that are out there, so that we will be able to partner and make the whole Nigeria a very proud place.
Thank you so much. One of the things I like about Bello and his northern crew is that they are up and doing, they are building a lot of stuff, and there's a large market, untapped market there. Like you said, there are swaths of land that has not been reached. So there are potentials up there. So
And
while
the good thing about it is any startup from Lagos, the moment they get one or two influencer from Kano, I think they get up to like 200,000 new subscribers every day. That's to tell you that the market is over there. If you have a startup here, when I saw the booth out there, I saw a lot of companies. If you want to expose your product, to see that the next morning you have 1 million subscribers, your app is downloaded 1 million times, please come to Kano and get 1 or 2 subscribers. I guarantee you this. Because do you know one thing? We make babies. We have a lot of people there, and they are waiting. Yes, that we are proud to say that anything that has to do with this world, the people from America, they don't make babies. Come to Nigeria, we make Nigeria what it is. And we want to harness, we want to use its full potentiality. People are coming and they have taken blockchain as a source of, or alternative source of income. And if you come with any of your innovations, come to Kano, come to the northern part of Nigeria. I'm telling you, you are going to make a great sales, and you are going to get bigger visas from the west.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for him. What he said is very true, because I'm also a Kano man. I was born in Kano. I speak Hausa. Malam ko ba haka ba?
Haka ne.
Aha, you see? So he's my brother actually. So, Shooter, sir, you have 2 minutes, please. What are the risks associated with startup investment by investors? You just give us 2 minutes, then Mr. Brian will also wrap up with 2 minutes, and Bello 2 minutes, so that we can entertain questions. What are the challenges that you guys are facing? I know some people say that a lot of times that VCs lose money, and I've come across some startup founders who are even happy that they are just spending the money. And I'm like, why is your burn rate too high? You're spending, you have $200,000. You're burning $40,000 every month. You're not sure that when you finish burning it by the fifth month, you're going to get extra money. And they're happy burning it. So, what are the risks that you guys experience based on experience, on the projects that you have funded so far?
Okay, so that's why we have an accelerator environment, because we understand that a lot of startups, they are very good at coming up with ideas of what they want to build, and sometimes they may even have the skill set to build them, but most of them don't know the business aspect of running those kind of startups. So we created an accelerated environment where you come in and you get to pass through business education. It's like enrolling at the Lagos Business School, and you're exposed to accounting procedures, administration procedures, and the role of marketing, sales, and how to properly define and project your business and all that. So, because no matter how good your idea is, if you are not positioning your business properly, or you are not communicating properly, or you're not running it properly, that business may likely collapse. So we find that lack of the skill set to run business is one of the major challenges that we normally face. And of course, there are blockchain startups that have an idea of what they want to build, but they don't have the skills within their team, or they cannot hire the requisite skills because of the high cost that are involving hiring foreign developers to build out. And that's where Adavas comes in, because we not only fund, we also provide technical skills and capacity to help those project teams to deliver on what their startup promises are.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I want to add to something. You see, from the point of view of the investors, that's the venture capitalists, that is how money works. You must lose something before you be able to get something. They have good plans. Let's assume $1 million. To us, we, with our devalued currency, 750 million naira is big money. But to them, $1 million is something that they can just play with. And this is how you will be able to select the best among you. If you are able, for example, to spend $1 million to be able to identify, that's how they did it during our WAEC when we were young. They had the way to score us. And the B1, B2 visa, if they sum of all your results and you are able to get at least 9, maybe A1, 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 that is how they selected the genius among us. As a venture capitalist, when they, if you want to run a business, it's like you have a car, a very beautifully designed car, but if you don't have petrol, that car is not going to go anywhere. Consider that petrol as money. Money moves the company from one point to another. I will be able to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on you just to identify which of the business that is going to be a $1 billion business in the next 5 years. I will be able to take that risk. So for me to reach out $1 million, for me to have a business that I will initially invest $200,000 and later it will transform to a $5 billion company, is something worth doing. And that is how they are able to identify. Don't see that money as being wasted. No, they print the money. Do you understand? Money is printable. So don't take it as anything. Intellectual property matters. How in your own DNA, what God has coded in your own DNA to identify you as a human being, He has given you your own God-given talent. That is the most important. It's by far better than money. So don't compare your own self. This money is money. They will keep printing it and they will continue to invest in us. Thank you.
So, founders, just keep burning the money. They will keep printing
Burn
for
the
you.
money, please. They will give you more.
That's what he has said. I didn't say so. Mr. Brian.
Okay. Sorry. Before
You
then,
have 2 minutes, sir.
Just a minute.
Okay.
There is one thing I will leave you with, and this is my. Hey, there is problem everywhere in the world, but money is not the problem. Money, they are numbers. Numbers are endless. They always keep printing money. Just try to get your own share and impact positively on your people and change Nigeria to make it the giant of Africa. Thank you.
Mr. Brian, you have 2 minutes. Just in a nutshell, just let us know your heartbeat about startup and the risk involved. 2 minutes, sir, so that we can get
All
questions.
right, thank you very much. Apparently, you know that succeeding in whatever it is depends on your ability to manage complexities. And the environment is not going to just be wonderful. And so investors have a problem because of what my brother identified when people lack the skills, because beyond having technical skills, you need business skills. There are other kind of skills you need. And you need what is called a compelling advantage. And that will only come from a clear understanding of what is called strategy. Something many people talk about, something many people are confused about. Because it is reduced to plan, it is reduced to a lot of things. And strategy is not a plan. It is actually how you are able to differentiate yourself in environments. So a venture capitalist, capitalist, an investor, will face risk when he or she invests in a business where the people who are leading lack the capacity to manage the complexities. And I mean, that's a given, whether it is blockchain or whatever it is, that's what it is. So if you want to get the attention of investors, and if you want them to keep coming, you need a clear understanding of what you are doing. You need to understand how you want to leverage whatever technology is available to solve problems. And you have to demonstrate mastery of strategy. You see, we can overemphasize the importance of a clear understanding of. Okay, it's like my time is up, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brian. So, from our panelist who joined online, there is something he wants to tell us. At Convexity, what they literally look out for is the business model, first of all. And when they look at the business model, most times they rejig the business model so that such model to market experience, which, and so, sorry, let me take this again. The easiest way the easiest way to eat from the two sides of raising fund as a VC is via equity and token, will be to use a token generation system for investors. That is, your token can be minted out on a certain period of time without allowing them to dump your token. What it means is, vested, having the tokens vested in the smart contract, so that both the investors and the project owners, they get monthly releases over a certain period of time, so that the investors don't dump your token, and so also that the project owners don't dump the tokens on the investors. Then lastly from him, he said most times when they get projects, they rejig it. So one of the things we'll do now is to take just 3 questions. Who has a question to ask? Some of these guys are actually VCs. If you have a question, you're a startup founder, just ask your question so we can close this segment. Any questions? If there are no questions, Chike, you have a question? Okay.
Okay. Good day, sir. Good day, everyone. If I'm a startup and I've done my homework, everything you guys said was very nice. What channels? Who do I talk to? and show my business I have built already. You talked about the guy on the screen, I've forgotten the company's name. That's one of them. What other channels are open, not just to people in the blockchain space, other technologies and other startups? Thank you
So,
very much.
Mr. Chuta, where do startups go to generally to look for funding? Where will they go and exhibit themselves?
Okay, there are platforms online that you can actually go to, and you'll see the VCs and the areas that they are interested in investing in. So it's possible if you really want to narrow your search when you do intelligent Google search, you'll be able to find those platforms where you can go and do that. I don't want to start mentioning platforms, but if you're here and you are building anything in technology space, whether it's blockchain or not, and you have an idea, you want to go to adaverse.co, or you can send your pitch deck to me directly at tutor@adaverse.co, and I will automatically escalate your application and you start talking to the team. So that's the
yeah.
I wanted to just establish a very fundamental issue, which, of course, you guys would help us answer. I am not a speaker now, I'm a participant. So there is a challenge. The challenge is I am a startup without traction, right? And I have validated my idea. How will you advise, or what do you think VCs should do to be able to help me launch? Possibly, what's the best avenue for pre-cash so that I will be able to, one, take my products out, two, to be able to begin to raise traction for VCs investments, because most of the VCs you find around, you hardly find them doing seed round. You hardly find them doing pre-seed. So most of them would want to do seed round and the rest. So what's your advice?
Bello, 20 seconds. Brian, 20 seconds. Just one sentence. How do they go about it? One sentence.
In 20 seconds is too small for me, but I'll go straight to the point. So everything you see in this world, as you even define it, the pre-seed, that is family and friend level. A venture capitalist that you really call a venture capitalist will never come to your business at that level. The pre-seed is for you, your friend, and the people around you who will be able to gather funds and start your business.
Thank you, Bello. Brian, do you have anything to say? Just one sentence? If your family and friends, if they don't believe in your business, boy, that business gets CBO.
All right. What I would say is that you need clarity of vision. And I keep talking about bringing something that is compelling. You see, if you have something that is compelling and the motivation is not necessarily to make money, but to solve problems, you attract people naturally to yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, you want to say something, sir?
Yeah.
20
So
seconds,
I
sir?
think there are funding sources for grants. You understand? Grants can fund your ideas. I know that Tenyo Lumelu gives out $5,000 if your idea is validated by their team. I know that Niato Protocol can give up to $50,000. There's so much grant out there that can put money in your idea at that early stage.
Thank you so much.
Let me say something. This is very important. I talked about clarity of vision and the compelling passion to solve problems. This idea of having a beautiful idea and chasing grants around does not work. That's why people get frustrated. You see, this is not a training, but I hope that you can begin to give more attention to developing yourself and understanding how the world works. Nobody is keeping money somewhere looking for somebody who is looking for money to give it to him. But when people are committed to solving problems in their generation, there is a way this clarity commands attention to you. Listen, people have raised funds through a Facebook page or Twitter. Is that serious? And there are people chasing grounds for 10 years who's got nothing. It's not just about looking for Tony Lumelo or the rest of them to say, I've got something. If you will commit to really solving problems, you're going to make a lot of difference in the world.
Thank you so much. So, guys, I think we'll have to wrap it up here. We should wrap up now. Does anybody have any serious question? You have a question? Then you go down now. So we're wrapping up now. Thank you so much, Mr. Brian. Mr. Brian is still on compelling value proposition. Chuta has told us, he has given us 4 things, and Bello has told us that if you don't know how to swim, if they confer the PhD on you of swimming, if you enter the pool, you will drown. So you must learn how to swim before you take on the PhD of swimming. So by and large, a lot has been said here. So you can go and check on the recap. Thank you so much, guys, and do have a wonderful day. Please put your hands together for all of them. I think there's... Hello, Mr. Brian.
Okay, so please, can you make it up to the stage? Let's have pictures with them. The CEO of FinTech Association, is he around? Okay, he's not here, so we'll just... Thank you so much. A round of applause for them as they go back to their seats, please. This was quite an exciting panel. I love to talk about investments. If you know you have money and you have spare cash to play around with, I think the VC space is something you should look into. It might be a retirement package for you on the long run. And if you are here and you have a family, you know, maybe your family is very, very extravagant when it comes to finance, don't mind me, please. If your family has a pool of funds somewhere, and maybe your father or somebody close to you in the family happens to control that fund, tell the person we need to start looking into setting up a syndicate. Let me tell you something. Africa, like there was a question he asked about pre-seed. A lot of times, and my co-founders, a lot of times, no VC will give you money when you're in pre-seed. And it is this Nigerian-based syndicates or maybe small angel investors. You can come together as people who have a pool of funds, put it together, and start looking for this kind of small companies here. And the good part about it is you'll be the first persons to take a chance on that company and before the bigger VCs come in. Thank you again, Mr. Paul and the rest of our panelists from that session. So yeah, we'll be doing some product pitches now. I don't know if
established or big you are, you still have to, you still have to scale and move on. And two challenges is, reaching scale and profitability, as well as, building a robust corporate governance, robust corporate governance foundation to ensure that your growth is sustainable. All that we are doing, to reiterate what I said, is premised on data. Most of the data that is produced, as large as it is, quintillion and all that, more than 90% is digital. Those that are even like manual or analog are being converted into digital, data. So building and sustaining a digital business requires the ability to leverage data as a business advancement tool, because it plays a significant role in an organization's performance across whether customer satisfaction, product development, customer engagement, and even operational effectiveness. it's a very critical tool. It's a very, very critical tool. So what part of what we do, what we as an organization do at Interford is to help provide is to help provide end-to-end solutions. So we are not coming here to give you tidbits or half and half. We are here to help you from the point of data strategy to the standardization of your data. The data as an organization that you are collecting, is it complete? Is it accurate? Are you collecting what will be useful that when you want to derive insights from, you're going to get real insights that you can make real decisions with, all the way to consolidation of that data. We have externally sourced data all over the place. Your own organization's data, how is it being, managed? Whether in the cloud, we've had that conversation already, or locally, or half and half as an hybrid option based on some industries that have to deal with regulatory frameworks. Is all of that being considered? Having your data in a location, in a location that it's available for you to be able to work upon, and such that you can then do whatever manipulation or analytics that you want to do on it, including AI, creating models that help you to be able to predict what your customers want, to be able to identify trends in your industry, with your customers, with even your own employee, generally, basically, to be able to do all of that. And also, for you to also have all of this in reports that are easily accessible, reports that are clear, reports that you can see what is really going on in your organization, part-time, in real time, not yesterday's information today, but today's information today, and you're seeing all of that. So we help to, take you through this entire, it's a journey really. It's a journey really for legacy organizations that are already established. Many of them, for example, have their data, in a physical location, and they're looking to move, and as part of their sustainability and drive to scale up, to move probably to the cloud. And then for fintechs, startups that are coming, that are going to be putting their information and all of that on, the cloud. It's a journey. It's not a one-off process, and we're here to take you through. So what we also do beyond giving you all of this is giving you a support system that involves, monitoring, training, handholding, to take you through, and customizing it based on your need per time, so that ab initio, or at whatever level you are able to begin to put the necessary structures in place that will enable you to grow and be ready for the future that we are going into. So, and all of this has a lot of benefit that I have mentioned prior to this time. Part of it is your increased market share, the ability to make data-driven decisions. We are not guessing in the dark. We are not talking about things because you think that is how it's supposed to be like. You are able to make strategic decisions because you are receiving real-time insights. You are able to pivot. Your business is agile, because that's part of the common buzzwords now. But are you really what you're talking about? So there are so many benefits from being a data-driven organization, and we cannot even just talk about all of that. But the point that I want everybody to take note of is the fact that everything that we're going to be doing going forward is premised on it. You don't want to be caught snoozing. Time and money are your scarcest resources, and you want to make sure that you are allocating them in the highest impact areas. Data reveals that impact, and with data, you can bring more science to your decisions. Now, this isn't just me saying it because, hey, who knows Interford? But this is the words of Mark Trufalo, the Chief Marketing Officer at Vapor.io, that is just letting you know that you really can't go anywhere or do anything without data. So I hope at least this has been able to help you, to give you an idea. All that you want to do is available. All that you want to do is possible and feasible, and we are here to help you through. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
was very timely. And so I'll be calling on the next company. And the name is NowPX. NowPX, are you available? Okay, please make it to the stage for your presentation. Thank you. Okay, it's coming already.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Olusheye Oyeni. I'm CEO of NowPX. We are a FINTECH. We're based in Lagos, Nigeria. We've been working on this project for about 5 years, and we've done a lot of good in Nigeria and every other part of the world. Basically, our mission is to bring quality health on the go. Health is a general need of everybody, male, female, young, old. And so it's not something that someone has to promote. Everyone needs basic health. In Nigeria, our situation is just specific and just unique in the sense that getting quality health is supposed to be a norm, but it's somehow not a norm, especially for the upcoming community. So what do we do at NowPX? NowPX is ensuring that you have optimal awareness in the light of prevailing infectious diseases that we have. If I were in a very saner community, I would not be talking about some infectious diseases and some diseases that are supposed to be non-existent. But here in our climate, they still exist. Malaria still kills people in millions every. So we understand the fact that there is increased health consciousness in the populace, especially occasioned by the COVID scenario that brought everybody to sit at home. And that made us to understand the fact that we need to bring quality health to the people in their homes. We need to bring quality health to them at their doorstep. We need to bring it to them at their convenience. And that's why we created the problem. That's why we created the platform. That's the problem. So the solution, please. Okay, like I said earlier, because we need quality health and we need it at wherever we are, in our office, in our homes and every other thing, NowPX ensures that because I'm in the quest to get quality health, I'm not compromising my privacy or someone else's privacy because they need quality health. So not everybody wants to go to the nosy neighborhood or the nosy pharmacy or clinic or hospital. Some people don't have time, others have time, but they don't want people understanding their health issues. So they need it to be brought to their homes or to their workplace in their privacy at a very fair price. And that's done through our website and our apps. You log into our website, you order for whatever drugs you need, and our app will be coming up soon, and we deliver to your doorstep or your homes or your stores, wherever location you like. Of course, you make your payments using your debit cards, transfers, or delivery at whatever doorstep you have. We are moving forward with our vans and delivery bikes. The vans we deliver to resellers because we're not just delivering to products, to patients, we're also going to be delivering to resellers. There are many resellers of drugs that they are plain professionals. They are pharmacists, they are doctors. They don't want to be involved in the logistics problem of Lagos, bad roads in Lagos, or anywhere in Nigeria. They don't want to be involved with the problem of the Kumbaso problem in Idumota or Onisha Market. They don't even want any Agberu or conductor disturbing them because they need to get drug. And they are very busy. Their fleet is busy. It's not every time you need to send drivers going up with your fleet. You are managing inventory, you are managing salaries of your patients, of your staff. Then adding the problem of procuring drugs is another problem. So we solve that problem for the resellers by allowing them to order on our platform and we deliver to their stores. We've been doing that for about 5 years. We've done it to about 100 resellers. We've sold over $200,000 worth of products, and We've been doing so many good. We have a lot of competitors. We are not the only one in the space. We have MedServ, we have My Medicine, we have Drug Stock, we have M-Pharma, we have RX, but the thing about the market is that because health is a genuine need, the market is very big. Nigeria alone is, pharma market in Nigeria alone is about $2.5 billion, and it's a very growing market. There are emerging cases that are not just even for treatment of infections that people go to the pharmacy for, rather than go to the average places for. Wellness is one of it. Those are another part of the emerging areas that we've been seeing. People rather purchase some of their health wellness products from the pharmacy because they don't want to go through the side effects that you get from buying it from somebody that is not health conscious. So you rather buy it from a health conscious platform, and that's why we are good to go. All right. So the basic diseases of Nigeria, which are solutions are possibly cured. Malaria is not supposed to be something we're talking about in 2022, but I don't know, in very large parts of Lagos, Nigeria, malaria is still a very important disease. It still kills people, as simple as it looks. So on our platform, we do over $1 million in sales of many of these products. Even infectious diseases like the typhoid and normal STDs that everybody takes for granted are still very important. STDs are not just for infection. Some of them go as far as infecting people and affecting people's productivity, home security of the homes, conception, and things like that. Same with sexual health development, conception, security of the homes, and every other thing. Then fatigue, workplace stress, for we that are very busy. Our platform provides supplements, blood tonic, and pain relievers that cures that. In recent time, we've been having cases of cancer patients, even HIV/AIDS patients. We understand the fact that federal government and Lagos State government have HIV programs, even tuberculosis programs, but there are still private people that don't want to participate in public healthcare programs and face the problem of, while I was in Nigeria Institute of Medical Research, I attended to a lot of HIV/AIDS patients, many of them in the military, many of them in private space. But there are some that just want that private care. They don't want anybody knowing about their cases. So our platform will be dealing with that. Our revenue, okay, this is our forecast actually. Our forecast for first year, we hope to earn about 500 million. We've already earned about 50 million in the first 2 years. So we hope to earn about 500 million after we get a new round of funding. And for our expenses, they include our tax here, and then we hope to have about 30% profit because we are actually forecasting that we get 30% on our margin, excluding our taxes and our operation salaries and the likes. Okay. So like I said about the market size, about $2.5 billion, and our key propositions are privacy. We understand the fact that there's a drug pharmacy in your street, there's a clinic in your neighborhood, but if you want privacy, you want promptness, you want excellent logistics, assurance of quality, contact our platform. So our target audience, about 1 million pharmaceutical wholesalers. Nigeria is a very big market. A lot of people are in the pharmaceutical business. Those that are health conscious, those that are not. Those that are literate, those that are not. Those that care about quality, those that do not. But out of those pharmaceutical wholesalers and retailers, our company ensures that you get the quality. Nigeria has about 200 million population, and a lot of people are urban. Every youth now, everybody uses the mobile phone now. So the urban culture is growing. We are becoming more tech savvy, and that's why many people want to embrace the urban platform. From Uber for our transportation to Jumia for our shopping needs, foods, and even tickets. So So because people do that a lot online, shopping for their drugs is just a simple act that is not really uh, different. Like I said earlier, we processed orders from over 200 resellers at value of over 150 million naira, and we received 9 million naira from Takeda Capital based in the United States in February 2022. We deployed that in our key IRs in our mini office setup. And all right. So we'll be looking forward to raising about 164 million naira for 20% equity before Q4 2022. And for our warehousing, it will be deployed for our warehousing, for our vans, for our advertising, because a lot of people would rather bear the pain of healthcare instead of them going out to get this treatment. They will bear the pain in their closets. And many people die. I was surprised. My own aunt still died of malaria a few months ago. And this is somebody that is rich enough. She has a building in Lagos. She has children all over the world. But because they will rather go to do different things. So we'll be deploying that for logistics. We'll be deploying it to our warehouse. We'll be deploying it to more product inventory. We're actually facing challenges. We are turning down lots of orders because we cannot meet up with that order because we don't have inventory. So these are expected returns on investments for our new investors. And so we thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you so much. I believe that's the team. So you can have a look at them.
And so for those who want to contact us, our address is in Ikeja and our email address is there. You can also chat us if you want to order for drugs.
It will be showing on the screen. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you want to reach out to them, you want to get more information about them, please, he will be somewhere around. So reach out to him and you'll know more about their products. You know, health is really important. And there's something, if you know that you're in the medical space, I currently advise one startup. They're in the blockchain medical space. Like I said, the blockchain technology can play in a whole lot of industry. You just need to know how to apply it. Thank you very much. Without wasting time, I'm going to call on our next, activity, and the next company that is going to be speaking to us. They are giving us a keynote. Binance, one of the largest, in fact, the largest volume traded crypto exchange in the world. One of their personnel will be coming on stage to speak to us. And also, Binance will be doing a giveaway today. Yes, let's eat Binance money. They have money, so we have to eat their money today. So at their booths, they will be doing a giveaway. After his speech, before you leave today, just try to make sure you go to their booth. I think there are some activities they will tell you to carry out, and you qualify for their. They have money, so make sure you try to collect the money. You can make it to the stage, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I have 10 minutes. Let's make it count. My name is Adejuwon Ibanjo. I lead business development for Binance Pay in Africa. Before I go into my product-led discourse for today, I want to play a very short game. And I'm going to be posing 3 questions at you guys in the audience. If you are confident enough and you know that you have the correct answers to my question, I have a personal crypto gift to give you. The first question, listen attentively. First question, how old is Binance? Second question, what is the name of Binance's CEO? Full name, no abbreviation. The third question, list 5 cryptocurrencies, 5 popular cryptocurrencies. If you are confident enough, the first person to get here with the correct answers, you get my crypto gift. Please come. Please clap for him. Give the gentleman a round of applause. Yes, please. Do I get a mic or something? Is that a mic? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay. Binance is 5 years old.
The CEO is Champion Shao. Champion Shao. Okay, we call him CZ, Champion Shao, and the
5 cryptocurrencies, 5 popular ones.
Binance, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Axie Infinity, hold on, TRC20, TRC20.
What's TRC20?
Tron, and BNB. Thank you.
Fantastic. What's your name, sir? A round of applause for RBFX. So let's see after now. Thank you, guys. My name is Adejoy again. So today, my conversation with you guys is essentially product-led. I'm going to tell you about 2 things. One, about Binance. The second, about Binance Pay. Of course, what kind of salesman would I be if I don't tell you the product that I sell, right? So, sorry. The question I want to ask you guys is, what is the next phase? What is the next phase of payment? Or what is the next phase of value exchange? Basically, what is the next phase of payment? As obvious as the questions may seem, there are so many answers to it, but I can give you a few pointers, that you can find foundation in, right? The next phase of payment will be entirely cashless. We will no longer deal with physical cash. Secondly, intermediaries will cease to exist. It will knock off all intermediaries. You will be able to deal with the last mile party, as at the time you are doing the transaction. It will be borderless. There will be no brick and mortar. There will be no walls. And borderless also means it can go as far as the extreme end of the earth. Fourthly, it will be inclusive. Unlike what we have, in the traditional finance today, where we are always, postulating policies to include everybody. The next phase of payment will be all-inclusive. Anyone and everyone will be able to join the bandwagon. Number 5, it will be extremely cheap. So cheap that it will be brain-boggling, essentially. Really, really cheap. Now, on the back of this, I'm going to introduce to the Binance ecosystem. So Binance is the largest blockchain promoter in the world, where every day we are building and continually building, not just the future of payments, but also value-added solutions, solutions that are lifestyle-enabling, solutions that are mainstream, which we have layered on the blockchain, right? And Binance has gone just beyond being a cryptocurrency exchange to being one that has started investing in education. We are very big on building communities, right? And then we have quite a number of features within our ecosystem that any other person, the regular Jews like myself and yourself can interact with. Binance Pay is one of those features. It's the payment arm of Binance. We have the Binance Earn, where you can save in crypto and get your interest in crypto. We have Binance NFTs and a whole lot of other products. As a matter of fact, I don't have so much time, so we might not be able to delve much into all of these features, but anytime after now, you can engage with us at our booth, right, where we can talk more about the different opportunities that there are in the Binance ecosystem. So yeah, again, this is it's very needless to say, Binance is the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world. We are the leading cryptocurrency exchange in the world by most metrics, by user base, by volume, by value, by footprint. And we are still doing more. I'm sure you must have heard about us. All right. Again, we tout that we are the most compliant cryptocurrency exchange in the world. The most compliant in terms of licenses, because we have come to understand that for us to go really mainstream, we have to be seen to participate, in regulatory processes. As it stands today, Binance has over 20 plus licenses across different corridors where we operate in, and we are still adding to that list as our footprints grow. Sorry, guys. I see. So then what is Binance Pay? This is my field. This is what I sell. This is my bread and butter, right? So Binance Pay essentially was formed on the back of demand from the crypto natives, the people who are die-hard crypto fans. they want to do everything in their lives with crypto. They started requesting for crypto payments, and then we went ahead to create something within Binance ecosystem called Binance Pay, right? Just so that big brands that you are familiar with, that I'm familiar with, right, can also cater to that niche of customers who are particularly very interested in making crypto payments. So essentially, Binance Pay is a wallet solution that allows retail users and businesses to pay and get paid in crypto, right? Wholly crypto, right? And then any business that partners with us today is exposed to the crypto native community that we have built, helping you to find leverage for growth, helping you to deepen your reach. You can also sell with the lowest transaction fees. On Binance Pay, the fees are insanely cheap compared to traditional payment methods that we have today that can go as high as 4%, 5%. Binance Pay is extremely cheap. And the third point, payment and settlement are instant. Binance Pay allows customers, to pay you in over 70 plus cryptocurrencies, and then you get settled in a stablecoin. For the benefit of those who don't know what a stablecoin is, stablecoins are cryptocurrencies that are backed by fiat. There's a fiat position being held somewhere. So it means that 1 unit of a stablecoin equals to 1 unit of USD. So Binance takes away the volatility associated with those 70 plus cryptocurrencies that your customers can pay you in and settles you in stablecoin. So here, for business persons here, if you want to get on board with Binance, you can scan this QR code, or you can visit the URL merchant.binance.com. For good measure, merchant.binance.com. And for the retail users like yourself and myself, Binance users allows you to be able to manage all your crypto payments within one vantage point, right? You can send money to friends, families, and businesses across the world, all within your Binance app. And then it gives you freedom to choose how you want to pay. So if I have Ethereum, for example, I have Bitcoin, for example, and I need to send USD or USDT to Mr. Abe, for example, I can pay with my Ethereum, pay with my Bitcoin, and Mr. Abe gets USDT, which he can then convert, to local fiat, or he appropriates it however he deems fit. So these are some of the use cases that we have brought to life with Binance Pay. Today, you can order rides on Binance Pay within your Binance app. If you want to leave from here to home and you need to order Uber or something, you can get it on Binance app. Sorry. I think I must have jumped. So this is another use case. So for those that want to do bulk payouts of crypto payments, you want to pay salaries, you want to pay discount rewards and whatnot, Binance Pay is the solution for you. Essentially, we are bringing to life so many use cases. So these are just some of the use cases that we have brought to life so far. And then you can buy digital goods, mobile top-up with crypto, you can buy data, airtime, gift cards, and whatnot with Binance Pay. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of people will be very interested in this. Binance Pay has created an ecosystem where we have quite a number of users. Like I mentioned earlier, we are the largest crypto exchange in the world, right? We have a lot of customers. So we have also created a marketplace where we can list you as a service, right? People can always, you create an extra access point into the services that you offer on the Binance platform, Binance Marketplace. So essentially, if you do have a listing on Binance Marketplace, people don't have to leave their Binance app to engage with the services that you offer. They can engage with your products, your offers, and pay for it within the Binance app. The good thing is that it exposes you to all of these people worldwide. So your customers will no longer be local. You'll be operating on the global level. Please follow us on social media at Binance Africa on Twitter, at Binance Africa _ Instagram. We are Binance Africa on both YouTube and on Facebook. After now, please feel free to engage with us at the booth. We have a giveaway currently on. Sorry, my time is a bit, I'm a bit short on time. We have a giveaway currently going on. Please endeavor to visit our booth, not just to come for a giveaway, also come to explore ways that we can partner, on the different products and services and all the opportunities that you can leverage on within the Binance ecosystem. Thank you. It's been a honor. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for them, please. So remember, Binance giveaway at the booths. They have money. I'm saying it again. Make sure you take part in that giveaway. Thank you so much for that presentation. And also, Binance does some Binance Labs. So for people who are looking for investments, just go and surf around there. They have Binance Education. If you are new to the space, you want to learn more, they have what they call Binance Education also. So Binance Academy, sorry, go and look at it. By the grace of God, they did some investments in my company also. So they are trying to help the African ecosystem. Not help, I don't like to use that word help. Impact in the African ecosystem. So I'm going to call on another company. I think they are in the agriculture space. I hope they are around. Roro AgriTech. Are you guys around? Okay. Okay. He's trying to mic up. And so I hope we're enjoying ourselves. I hope we're getting value. If you are enjoying what you're listening to, can I see hands up? Can I see hands up? Okay. And if you're new in the space, if this is your first time really understanding and grasping a lot of terminologies and things you've heard about crypto, I hope we've been able to decipher and break down all of those things. Sit back. There's still a lot coming. We have, for the ladies, we have a panel that is for you, for women. And I'm somebody who I'm very passionate about bringing in more women into the industry. So just sit back, relax. We have another panel that's just centered around women. So let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abdulkadir Gambo, and I am I'm the founder and the CEO of Roro AgriTech. So Roro Agri-Technology is a technology company that we just launched last year after getting so many problems in agriculture, from production to processing to storage and marketing. So we found out that there are very significant problems that needs to be very, very much addressed through technology. So next page, please. Next slide. So this is our subsidiaries. The first thing is urban farming. Urban farming is a system whereby we integrate farming into like vertical farming. We try as much as we can to whereby we distribute agri-produce from farmers to consumers, irrigation system, storage system, and consultancy. This is what we do. Please, next slide. So why food is expensive in Nigeria? The first thing is that through the irrigation, about 2.5 million liters of water is consumed during irrigation in just 1 hectare of land. Second thing is fertilization and pesticide. Third thing is access to market and poor logistics. So there are the access to market for farmers is very, very poor in Nigeria, and the logistics is poor, and we all know why logistics is actually poor. Due to we have bad routes in Nigeria. So the fourth thing is poor storage system. Our storage system is not is very, very bad, especially for the perishable products. Then the fifth thing is high labor cost. So we all know that in Nigeria, we are still a third country, third country, and we don't have that much technology in terms of labor. So we still use hand, shovel, and what it takes, to farm. Instead of all those other countries like in Europe, Asia, they don't use human labor. They consume very, very much less human labor because they all have the machineries, understand? And the third thing is cost of fuel. So next slide, please. So seedlings, we distribute seedlings to our farmers, and the main problem in the seedlings is that about out of the seedlings that we have in Nigeria, 40% of the seedlings is not given what is expected. The seed yield, is 40%, is only 60% due to because we have poor seedlings in Nigeria. Countries who produce these seeds, like in Australia, in that's New Zealand, they produce these seeds and they have 100% yield from these seeds. But whenever they bring it to Nigeria, the yield will be about 50% or 60%. That's why we have a very, very low yield seed. So we have we have every season. Next slide, please. So this Roll this is a distribution channel that will connect thousands of farmers to we connect thousands of farmers to market. Yes. So actually, one of the main problems in the farming industry is that all those farmers, they have a very, very low access, especially if I could remember during the lockdown. During the lockdown, most of the farmers lost about, I think, around 1 billion naira of farm produce were lost due to poor access to farmers. So Rural this is just a business-to-business model whereby we connect these farmers to consumers, maybe at the market, restaurants, and hotels. So people used to ask, why is it that we don't have application or websites where individuals can just buy these products from the farmers? Yes, as you all know, 90% of these farmers are, what I say, kind of like not literate like we are. So integrating these farmers into the ecosystem of technology will actually take a lot of time, and just developing an app or website whereby you can buy agri-produce that's not the right time for that. So we are trying as much as we can in the future. We develop that system whereby individuals can buy fresh produce direct from the farms. So next slide. This next. So this is a simple pattern of how we connect the farmers and buyers in the market. So usually the farmers actually, whenever they produce this product, so they have to send it straight down, maybe to Maltov market to sell this product. So after they send it, they sell it, and then they will pay them the money. So what we do is that we connect them with the buyers. We rural deals, we connect them with the buyers, and when the driver arrives at maybe the farm or the store or anywhere it is, so they confirm that the product and they pay them instantly to their account, and then the driver takes the product to the market. So next, please. Yes. So these farmers, most of them, most of the farmers we have in Nigeria, around 30 million farmers, don't have what it takes to understand the basic system of technology. So we only access the farmers through SMS, phone calls, and anytime they need payments, then we make their payments through USSD. And then we also do send these farmers weekly prices of the agri-produce in the market every week. Next. So, and this irrigation system that we offer to our farmers. So these are the products that save the farmers labor and costs. And our main aim is to eliminate the overhead costs and to reduce water consumption in the market. So, actually, as I said before, around 2.5 million liters of water is consumed for every 1 hectare for around 4 months in the farming system. But we do sell this solar irrigation system. This solar irrigation system actually helps these farmers to irrigate their farms without the consumption of fuel, which makes it which supports the green energy revolution that we are currently having around the world. And we also sell the farmers a drip irrigation system. So drip irrigation system, compared to the normal irrigation system, consumes about 300,000 liters of water per hectare throughout the farming period, instead of 2.5 million liters. Next. So this a quick overview of the irrigation. You see 2.5 million. And in Nigeria, we have about 3 million boreholes that are used by the farmers. And the whole irrigation system in Nigeria is valued around 19 billion US dollars. Next, please. So this storage facilities that we sell to the farmers, this is the crate that we started hiring it to the farmers. They sell their products, especially tomatoes, using this crate. So, and we do offer consultancy as well to farmers, not just only farmers, people who are interested into farming activities, but maybe they don't have the time and what it takes, to understand fully what farming is all about. So we do consult. Next. So urban farming, urban farming, this is just a system whereby we deploy farming activities into the urban areas. This next. So vertical farming, this is an agricultural process on which crops are grown on top of each other rather than traditional or horizontal rows. So vertical farming is just due to the high demand that we have daily basis in the rural urban areas. So we tend to adopt a system of vertical farming where in urban areas people can grow vegetables and crops. So we already have our own first product. Can you please next slide? We have our product. This is our product that we have with the vertical farming system. It comprises of agriculture, poultry, and horticulture. Yes, this is how the vertical farming works. So the birds goes straight down to the fish, which they feed on. The fishes swim and nourishes the water, and the water pump powered by the solar panel will milk the fish. So it's designed for about 200 plants and 600 fishes as well. So this is just the system that we designed, and we are currently working on it right now. It's working. Next. Next, please. So this the advantage of what vertical farming is about is it will give people the easy access to nutritious food around the urban areas, and it also generates income for low farmers. People who are interested, like the younger people, can also have maybe some basic understanding of how farming activity works.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. I think financial industry is really, really important in developing the agri sector. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please. Agriculture. I like food, but I'm not a foodie. Don't mind me. If you have passion for agriculture, and you can also reach out to him so you get to know what they are doing. And they are also, I'm very passionate about the blockchain. So whenever I see an industry, I like to say, oh, the blockchain. But don't mind me, I don't like to chase push bubbles or hypes. Yeah, but there are platforms in Nigeria that are currently pushing to bring in solutions for farmers that can bring value to farmers on agriculture. So yeah, if you're passionate about agriculture and you may have one or two ideas looking for ways to apply technology to agriculture, you can explore something on the blockchain side and also anything tech that goes to. So yeah, ladies, are we excited? Ladies, are we excited? We have come to the edition. I'm very passionate about the ladies, so my fellow men, sorry about that. So I'm going to make welcome the amazing panelists for the women in blockchain panel. And I want you guys to really pay a lot of attention because I know one or two of the panelists, they are really pushing a lot for women. And the first person on that panel is on the person of Shamira Akbar. I don't know if she's around. Okay. And we have Francisca. Shima Abga is the founder and co-founder of Iconic Technology. And also Francisca Olise Nwafo, if you're around, founder and CEO of Coin Rate Cap. Please make it up to the stage. Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause as she walks majestically up our stage. So the first lady to come up the stage. And we have Sarah Idahosa. Sarah Idahosa is the founder, CEO, Women in DeFi. Women in DeFi. So if you have heard the word before, DeFi, decentralized finance. So she's pushing a lot around women in DeFi. We have a very amazing guy. He has one of the largest communities in the crypto space. I'm jealous of him. We're talking to these beautiful ladies. So let's make welcome Mr. Samuel Oladoku. He's the moderator for this panel, and he's the founder of Novena Academy. Yes, I would have loved to call the other name that we know him as. But let's leave that name for crypto Twitter streets. You're welcome, sir. So yeah, let's just pay attention. So Shumera Akbar is going to be joining us virtually. So just listen to the panel as it starts. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. Good day, everybody. Hello, everybody. Okay. My name is Olaoyenikon Samuel Oladokun. Oladokun, which means wealth as vast as the ocean. And for those who don't know me by that name, I'm also called Zeus the Great. It's nice having you all here. It's nice having you guys here. Can you use your mic?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I want you to actually introduce yourself and what you do in this space.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francisca Olisanwafo. I'm the founder and CEO of CoinRate Cap. What we do in CoinRate Cap is mostly coin listing and NFT, and as well as we have an advanced tool for scanning cryptocurrency security for those of you that invest in cryptocurrency. So we always advise people to check for all this information. So what the tool does is that it scans the smart contracts of that particular token and give you information about that token. It's going to break it down for you, both the liquidity, both the information about honeypot. You must have heard about honeypot. So it breaks down all those information. So those are the basic things that we do. And we just launched our academy, that's BCM, for those that want to get into cryptocurrency and learn about cryptocurrency. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. So can you introduce yourself, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Idaosa, and I'm the founder of the Women in DeFi community. Women in DeFi is a female-led community that educates females about the blockchain technology, and we're majorly focused in decentralized finance, but not just decentralized finance is our major focus, but we have other areas like basically equipping females with the skills they need to thrive in the Web3 space. So we're not just educating these women by just teaching them what is blockchain or this is what the blockchain does. We're also equipping them with skills that they need if they say they want to go further to work in a blockchain firm, like let's say like content writing and basically community management skills and so many other skills that would help them thrive in this space. Thank you.
Amazing. Is Shamira joining us? Shamira, are you there?
Hello?
Shamira, can you introduce yourself and what you do?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I said, can you introduce yourself and what you do?
Okay. My video coming up. Okay. Hi, my name is Shamira Akbar. I'm an entrepreneur. I ventured into different industries, and what I can say is that I find technology the most fascinating because of the opportunities it offers for us to shape our world for the better. I find that my Iconic Technologies, we are a managed service provider in technology and focused on cybersecurity.
I can't, you are not audible enough, Shamira, but I'm going to circle back to you. Thank you. Francisca, so over to you. How would you rate women participation in the blockchain space?
Okay, thank you. Blockchain space basically is booming, and I must say that let me start with in Web 3 and Web 2. In Web 2.0, I know most of us, in case you don't know what Web 2.0 is, more of like what we have PayPal, where we have a middle person. You know, when you want to transact, there must be a middle person, you know, to do the transaction. Like we have the Facebook, PayPal, and some other banks there. So you find out that in Web 2.0, a lot of women did not partake in tech generally. But when we get into Web 3.0, which brought about blockchain, the blockchain brought with itself freedom that got a lot of women interested in. Imagine having the ability to be able to do your transaction, manage your own finance freely, you know, because of the decentralized nature of blockchain. So a whole lot of women started participating in blockchain. Let me give you an instance of how I got to know about blockchain. I got to know about blockchain by accident. And one thing that really got me inspired the most is that freedom. Easily to, you know, manage your finances, and at the same time do across the border payment without any problem. So a whole lot of things, all these things made a lot of women get into blockchain. Apart from, you know, the viral sensitization, is the qualities of blockchain that got a lot of women to participate. So I must say that in blockchain, a lot of women are now into blockchain, the technology itself, compared to in Web 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you. I would attest to that point you just made. For me, the Web3 space has actually brought me freedom in my finance, in creativities, in innovation, and like so much more. So I would say I get you deeply. Sarah, over to you. Would you say the blockchain space is friendly to women?
Okay, I'm sorry. You said if the blockchain space is friendly to women. Now, the truth is, the blockchain is not sexist for a start. The blockchain does not know your gender. The blockchain doesn't care if you're male, if you're female, if you're trans or whatnot. The blockchain is a technology, and it's expected that everyone should participate in the technology. Like, I would say, like, maybe the right question should be, like, maybe why females are not so much aligned with the blockchain. Because statistics have shown that 95% of the participants in the blockchain technology are actually males. So for me, I would say the reason why we don't have so many females in the space is because, like, most females already have the mentality that when it comes to blockchain, when it comes to higher technology, is basically for the guys, and that's why you see that most of them, they do not want to participate in it. But the truth is, when, from what I have observed, when ladies have now done their own research, because women, before we would want to participate into something or put our money into something, we would want to do our own research and find out the people that have made money from it. And the truth is, we all love money. Like when we've seen that, oh, okay, this girl is doing this thing and she's making money from it, you find out that, oh, this other lady, because we love money, we also want to participate in it so we can also make money from it. So basically, it's a matter of time before you find, like, before we get so many more women participating in it, just like the male folks.
Okay, one more question. Women in DeFi is so much about education, right? How important do you think education is in the block?
Bringing it down to education, it's not just for the females, I'm sorry. It's actually for everyone. Education is actually, to me, it's the major factor that is hindering the scaling of the blockchain technology, like in Nigeria, in Africa, in fact, in the world. So, like, I think most people should not just create projects, but also find ways to onboard more people into the space by educating them. Like education, if let's say, for example, I am launching a new project today on the blockchain and I want to sell it off to people. The people I'm selling it off to, they first need to know what the blockchain is about. They first need to understand how it works before they can now patronize my project. So education is a very, very important factor which everyone should actually pay attention to, because the moment you are able to educate not just people in school, not just people in classrooms, but people even on the streets, people in the markets, we'll find out that so many more hands, like so many people would participate then in the blockchain technology. Like it will be much more accepted, and not just educating, like I said, not just educating in English, like people that's already educated, like that's already literate, even the illiterates, like let's go down to them to educate them even in their local language. There are some people that if you speak English for them, because I think the other day someone was trying to explain to me what crypto is, and it was like, cryptocurrency is a digital currency that uses cryptography. And I was like, I'm sorry. Assume I am a market woman. Would you be telling me uses cryptography? Won't you want to explain, like, how do you expect a market woman to know what cryptography is? So we should, like, try to look for the simplest terms, like the simplest ways, even using our local language. There's nothing wrong with using pidgin English to explain to someone what blockchain is all about. So if you even want, and that is also what we're doing at WID, Women in DeFi. We're not just educating those that we can catch like immediately. And that's why we have something called code chats and cocktails, where women in DeFi will go to like various locations outside Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, that everyone already knows that blockchain is already, like, blockchain is there. We go to regions like deep down inside Anambra, Enugu, like there was a time we were contemplating going down to the north. Like we're actually working on going to the north, and we'll be having an event soon at Ibadan to go and talk to these people, get people from their own region, from their own place, to come and educate them so they can even learn from their own language. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, sir. I'm also into crypto education, so I understand how important education is in crypto adoption. It's not just enough to teach, in English. Education can be in any form. It can be fun, it can be serious, as long as we get that word out there. Hello? So, Francisca, over to you. The blockchain space is said to be dominated by men. What are some career and business opportunities for women in the blockchain space?
Okay, thank you. Um, Blockchain, there's so many careers women can get into in blockchain space. Okay, I know so many. I've met with several people who talked about the technicality in blockchain and all of that. But what matters is that blockchain can be driven by passion. So if you have passion for it, of course, you can be able to handle a lot of things in blockchain. So some of the careers that is in blockchain is we have coding. I code too as a developer. I code. We have coding, and I can tell you that a lot of blockchain developers earn as high as $100 and something thousand yearly. So coding, that's one of the careers. Then we have as a community builder, you can be a community builder. We have a lot of people who are into community building. Those, you must have been seeing them. What do? They go to Facebook, on social media. They do, content. They keep on writing content and all of that. And at the same time, manage projects. They have their group where they educate those people and all of that. So as a you can have a career as a community builder and work for a company or an organization. But before you be a community builder, work for anybody, you need to start, you have to start doing something to show for it, to show why you have to be employed as a community builder, because you can't just come out and say, you can't just come out and start teaching people when you have not even, you can't work for any organization or company when you have not even impacted in other persons. So as a community builder, those are the essential factors that you need to know. And another thing is, we have social media marketing, auditing. We have audits, like we have a lot of auditing companies. You can work as an auditor, or you can work for a company. So as an auditor, there are some things that you need to know. You need to understand some programming languages as a crypto auditor or a blockchain auditor. You need to know Solidity, that's for the smart contracts. So you need to know Solidity, you need to know JavaScript, all those information. So you need to have a kind of intermediate knowledge in cybersecurity, so that you can, because basically what you do in auditing is auditing the smart contract. Of course, you know what smart contract is all about. Is has something to do with imputing some rules and protocols for one or two persons, to have an agreement on. So you need to audit that smart contract to identify some issues. Okay, let me start by saying this. We've had a lot of scams, especially in DeFi, and I must say that the highest scams that we've had so far is DeFi breach. We've lost more than $3 billion so far since 2022. So some of these projects, what happens is that they do auditing. But another thing is that as you are doing your auditing, you need to keep on auditing to find out some, because as you're building a project, some of these scammers are somewhere out there updating. While you're auditing, you're also updating some information, how they can be able to hack into your project. So those are the things you need to know as an auditor. So basically, is coding, auditing, legal, can be a legal practitioner, for blockchain and all of that. So those are the essential careers that is available for blockchain space.
Okay, based on these careers that you just mentioned, do you think women being in like communities help them scale faster and source for these opportunities like better?
You mean the career? Can you come again, please, Adi?
Like these careers and these business opportunities that you just mentioned, do you think women being in communities help them scale faster and source for these opportunities better?
Okay, yeah, it's part of it. It's part of it, of course. If you are, whatever thing you are doing, whatever career you have chosen for yourself, it's very essential that you partake in some communities, contribute in those communities, volunteer in those communities, because it's part of learning. Let's say, for instance, what she's doing, she's impacting in people. In my own way, I'm also impacting in people by building solutions through the web, of course. And at the same time, we have our own group, which of course we just launched of recent. So now, if you partake in those communities, volunteer in those communities, is a way of people get to know what you do. You understand? So basically, that is it.
Hi, Shamira. Okay. I think you need to. One question. What inspired you to join the blockchain space?
Well, technology and whole is my passion, and like many other, so my foray in blockchain, like many others, was through cryptocurrency. And believe it or not, it was actually my assistant that introduced me to it. I found it quite fascinating. And I had no background before that, and I just did my own research, and then I got onto blockchain. Yeah.
Okay, you are the CEO of Iconic Technologies, correct? What exactly is Iconic Technologies about?
We are a managed service provider. We do cybersecurity and web development and software development. That's my holding company. But me personally, I'm an entrepreneur.
Amazing one. Thank you so much. Sarah, let me circle back to you. What are some of the challenges women face in the blockchain space?
Well, I think just like every other career, not like every other industry or sector, not just the blockchain, what people would always say, not me, I am not one of those people. Like, what people would always say is that females always they find it difficult to find their voice when they find themselves in a new space. Like the blockchain, for example, yeah, it's this same reason. Let me just say the reason why Women in DeFi was created was just because of that particular problem. Like here, they would say females find it hard to find their voice. This is what I mean. When I learned about the blockchain technology, I think the academy where I learned from back then, we are over 200 students, almost 300 actually, who registered, who learned together. And at the end of the day, I think we had about 10 females who were in that cohort, who were in that session. And we were just 4 females who, like, after the trainings, we were able to, like, say we're actively doing something in the space. And I was like, no, it's not supposed to be like that. It doesn't work like that. I started asking them, like, one by one, why is it that you are not active on the group? Like, why don't you see anything? Like, when people research about decentralized finance, the research about blockchain projects, why don't you contribute? And some will be like, nah, Sarah, the guys on that group, they are too much and they are too hot. They are always like very, very active. Before you say, let you drop one thing, one guy has said something. And if you say you should want to ask them a question, they'll be like, what are you doing here and stuff, like they will make you feel small. So I was like, nah. And aside those responses I got from those people, from my own research that I've done so far, it's actually a problem. Like most females tend to feel like if they contribute, maybe what they are saying may not make sense because they feel the other folks, like the male folks that are there, they are probably wiser or smarter or they know better. And that is why I personally created Women in DeFi, like to have a community where females can see their own fellow females who are doing something great in the space, and they would be inspired to want to be a part of it so that they can grow. Because one of the biggest things we always tell our ladies at Women in DeFi is when you find yourself in a company or in an organization or anywhere, do not feel small. If they are saying A, say B. If one person says one thing, even if you are not sure of yourself, still say it. And before you know it, like from just bringing yourself out, from always contributing, you find out that most people would like pay more attention to you. And before you know it, you're even like the spotlight will be on you in that particular corporation. So for me, I think it's the inabilities for females to like come out actively and say, oh yes, they are actually doing this. I think there was a time a female made a post on Instagram, one of the biggest female communities we have in Nigeria, the founder. She was like, at the company where she was working before, that she had a very major issue with guys, like how they usually like downgrade her. Like if she says something, they'll be like, what are you doing here? This one is not for you. Like, why will a female like you be dragging with male developers? And most times she always felt small. She was like, it was too much that she had reported to their superiors, but they were not doing anything about it. So she had to leave the company. You get? So I think not just her, there are other females. Like I have seen companies, I've seen teams where you find 4 guys and just
Have
one
you
girl.
ever experienced something like that?
Personally, no, I haven't, because no, I'm not that kind of person. Sorry. I'm the type that if I'm doing something and I know I'm doing right, like I'm doing it right, and you try to put me down, I'm sorry, I'm going to put you back in your place, and I'll make you know that what I am doing is right, and you have no right to come and say, "Oh, Sarah, keep quiet" or something. Like you can't shut me down when I know that I am doing the right thing, and that is why you see that I am trying my best to. I'm trying my best to make other females like do the same thing, but not like you are doing something wrong or you are saying something stupid and you want people to listen. No, like always make sure to tell them, learn better, get better at yourself. Like, and for everything you know and you're sure that you're saying the right thing or you're doing the right thing, put yourself out there. Like the blockchain space, like I said at the beginning, is not a sexist. It doesn't care about your gender. It's a technology that was built for everyone to be an active participant of it. So don't say because you're a female or because they are just guys in the space you can't say anything. Speak up if you have the opportunity to. Thank you.
Amazing one, amazing one. I actually love ladies in the space. One of my favorite layer 2 blockchains, the Metis blockchain, is actually founded by Elena, a lady, which is amazing. Francisca, same question. What are some of the challenges you think women face in the blockchain space, and how can it be solved?
Okay. A lot of women face some challenges in the blockchain space. Let's say, for instance, choosing the right job, and at the same time, why? Okay, let me start with choosing the right job. Okay, a lot of women. Let me use myself as an instance. I have always wanted to be a blockchain developer, but my greatest challenge has always been my priorities. And I believe that a lot of people are also facing the same challenges. So what are those priorities? As a woman, you have to take care of the family, right? Take care of your children, your kids. I have 2 kids, 1 toddler and 2-year-old son. So I found out that this passion that I really want to be a top blockchain developer, but my kids, like, I have to wake up early in the morning, make sure my child goes to school, my toddler wakes me, like today, I slept by 4 o'clock a.m. My child woke up by 11:30 a.m. and stayed awake all day. To the extent that I almost called Coin News Extra, please, can you cancel? I won't be able to make it today. Yeah, that is it. We have our priorities. Unlike men, wake up, you just go to work and come back and you call your wife. Honey, is the food ready? My husband called me and said, is the food ready? Please, I want to have my breakfast. I said, I slept by 4 o'clock a.m. and I woke up by 6 o'clock. I dressed up the chat and all of that. And you are asking for your food. It's not easy, So we have all these challenges as a woman. Because your job role, for instance, my job role, the things I do as the founder, I try to make sure that the team, everything is put in place, everyone is working and all of that. But waking up, staying awake almost all throughout the night. And when I woke up by 6 o'clock and I was almost dozing off, while I was bathing the baby, I was dozing off. So all those things. Now, for a woman who slept by 4 o'clock a.m., for instance, let's say for a woman who has a toddler, will you be able to, do work effectively? You won't be able, because as a blockchain developer, you need a whole lot of things. It's high technical, you understand? So there are a whole lot of things that is involved. So for that reason, all these priorities have been a barrier for a lot of women. Not just those that have toddlers, those that have kids, because of the priorities and home and all of that. So one of the ways women can actually curb these challenges is choosing what you feel fits in for you, you can handle in the blockchain space. You don't need to be a developer. There are some other few things you can actually handle in consultation. Yes, you can work from home, be a consultant, and work at your own pace. If you're a blockchain developer, if you can handle that. Now, let me give you an instance. As a blockchain developer, there are some things that can come up. Whether you are managing your own company or you are managing for someone else's company, there are some things that can come up, maybe security issues or whatever, that really needs your attention that moment. That's when you need to do the job, right? But if you choose another career in the blockchain space that you feel you can handle, you can have a community like my sister here, Of course, she can handle that at her own pace, right? And at the same time, you can be a consultant or a legal practitioner. You can schedule for your consultation with companies and they pay you for such job roles. You work at your own pace. You won't work under duress. So those are the things I feel that can curb those challenges.
Amazing, amazing. I think, more women need to actually see you and hear your wife yet. And this space is taking a toll on me. I'm just imagining me with my job having one child. It's scary. So I think you as a person, your story actually needs to be out there to motivate other women that, okay, you might have a family, you might have children, but you can still find priority and still do amazing things in this space. And it's amazing what you're doing. It's amazing what you're doing. Shamira, can you hear me? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so how would you rate the performance of some blockchain projects founded by women in Africa?
I think that it's quite phenomenal. If we look at, the women like Yaliwe Soko, Imani Ayedi. I know in South Africa, Professor Monica Singer, she's doing some fantastic things in blockchain, and I think it's quite inspiring, even across technology. Well, I've come a long way, and I've had my own challenges as well in terms of being predominantly male-dominated. However, I do believe, talking about challenges also is that we tend to have this mindset, and we need to change that from the very basic level, and that is from education level, is to change the narrative that it's not manual labor. This year you just need, you just need your own brain skills as such. It's not something that, yes, we are females and we get married and we have other, there are other priorities and we need to find balance. But I feel like there's so much of scope, and being female, it's innate in us to be nurturing, and technology is a key to allowing us to do these things, to make a difference in this world. So, and I feel like, compared to 2018 and 2022, we've come a long way, and the women that have stepped on board on blockchain technology as a whole, I think they've made phenomenal differences, and they have inspired me as well, and that's why I went on to opening up a technology company.
Amazing one. Thank you, Shamira. Sarah, over to you. Number one question: do you think that there is a gender gap in the blockchain space?
Well, personally, I don't think that should be a question because it's obvious. Like, gender gap in sense of numbers, yes. Like,
Okay.
in the sense of numbers. Come on, like, if you go on Google to search, I think I've done my own research before, like, not once or twice. Sorry, not twice, rather. I've done it so many times. And I keep seeing 99, 95, it's always between 90 to 95% males, like, more than females in the space. So yes, that gender gap is there. But it is not because of the blockchain, I repeat, but it is because of ourselves. Like, we ourselves, we are the problem. I have to be honest. Like, females tend to, like, they shy away from things that, should I say, is kind of like hard, that, like, has to, something that will have to, and that's the truth.
Okay.
Yes, anything that will have to make a woman sit down too much and start thinking of how to solve a particular problem, like just sit down for hours to think, it's always a problem, and that's the truth. And aside that, bringing it down to the, should I say, here in Nigeria, using Nigeria as a case study, the narrative about the blockchain that everyone has is fraud. Let's be honest with ourselves. Aside those who are already educated about it, let's bring it out to, like, outside. A normal female, like someone who is out there, like a normal person, you just ask her, what do you think about the blockchain? First thing she would say is Bitcoin. And when she says Bitcoin, the next thing she'll say is fraud. Trust me, they don't understand. But like when you now like educate them and let them know it's not just Bitcoin. Blockchain, on the blockchain, you can be a content writer if you're a writer. On the blockchain, you can bring this skill that you are doing. You can do this for projects like Web3 projects, blockchain projects. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay, I really want to learn more about it. You see that they are now interested because you've educated them that on the blockchain, you can do a lot more than Bitcoin, which is what everyone thinks. So I think the gender gap like that we have is could probably be, or rather not probably, it's more of the education. See, education is a major problem. Like, education scales through so many things. It's actually lack of education is the cause of so many problems we have on the blockchain space. When you let a female know that, oh, these videos that you are making, like you're making videos on TikTok, come on the blockchain and look for projects because most projects are looking for ways to promote themselves. Yeah. Let them know you can actually do a creative video for them and stuff. It's still a blockchain work. You work for a Web3 company and you're able to do your own research to see, okay, what are the things that the project needs to, that's in ways you know you can help promote the project and stuff. Your normal TikTok videos that you do in your bedroom that you earn nothing, like you earn absolutely nothing aside likes and views that will not take you to anywhere. When you now start doing it for blockchain products and you start earning money from it, trust me, your other girlfriend who is doing the same thing and she sees that you don't even leave the house, it's the same TikTok that she's doing that you're doing, but you're getting money for it, she would want to learn the same thing because she wants to make that same money that you're making. So yes, there is gender gap on the blockchain.
And
Thank
you believe that education is that solution?
Yes, I do, strongly.
Amazing. I loved the part where you talked about, different jobs in the space and how people can actually make the most. The truth is, I'm BDR for Wamina Firm, a job agency, and trust me, the normal jobs that you might get pennies for in Web 2 or in day-to-day activities in Web 3, you are being paid in dollars and is worth a whole lot of money. I don't want to go into details right now, but I know how much like my personal graphics designer for Nirvana earns working for other firms out there, and my content creators, my smart contract developers and everything. And in Web 2, they might not earn as much, but in Web 3, they are paid with a global standard. They are not paid because they are Nigerians, but because they have value to share to the space, which is, amazing, by the way. Thank you for that, Sarah. Francisca, over to you. What does the future hold for women in the blockchain space? And do you think we are going to see more women participation?
Okay, thank you. The blockchain space is still booming, and I must say that, let me start by saying it's still evolving, which means that a whole lot of women will still get into the blockchain space through sensitization. So the more we do sensitization, a lot more women will queue into the blockchain space. So what was the last question you asked?
Are we going to see more women participation?
Yeah, of course. Like I said, there will be more women in blockchain space as the space keeps on evolving because it's still at its infant stage. I must say that blockchain, we are going to see a lot more use cases. At the moment, when you talk about blockchain, people are just here to see it as, oh, it's cryptocurrency. Blockchain is a software. Cryptocurrency, okay, blockchain is the software, while the cryptocurrency is the use case. So cryptocurrency, the blockchain is the software behind cryptocurrency. Okay, at the same time, bear it in mind that there are other use cases in blockchain, and that is why you will see a lot more women coming into the space. You use blockchain to store information. That is the key thing about blockchain. It's not just all about using it to do the financial thing. It's used for storage. You can use it for land registry, of course. You can use it in agriculture. You can use it in storage of data and all of that. So as for the fact, I see that is infant stage because all we know is all about cryptocurrency as a use case. By the time we start having a lot more use cases, of course, in Nigeria, it's just there are no much use cases in Nigeria. I must say, anyone that tell you that they are using blockchain and all of that is absolutely a lie. There are no much use cases at the moment, but there are more
use cases that are coming up. People are building. A lot of people are building solutions in blockchain. Nigerians are highly talented and they are building a lot of solutions in blockchain. But like I said, it's still at its infant stage and it's still evolving. So through the sensitization, through more use cases, we are going to see a lot more.
Because everything about what he said, fintech,
more job opportunities. The Ghana India Trade Advisory Chamber Foundation has designed a special initiative dubbed the Knowledge Bank.
We realize that we have a lot of basically to motivate the youth to come up with concept ideas that will be fulfilling. If I say fulfilling, I mean viable concept that will help them to create business opportunities for themselves. So earlier on this year, we launched what we call starting.
Has designed a special initiative dubbed the Knowledge Bank.
We realize that we have a lot of unemployment in the country, and our contribution is basically to motivate the youth to come up with concept ideas that will be fulfilling. If I say fulfilling, I mean viable concept that will help them to create business opportunities for themselves. So earlier on this year, we launched what we call Knowledge Bank. And Knowledge Bank basically means bring your idea or your concept and bank with us. When I say us, I mean the Global Africa Trade Advisory Chamber or GetAC International Foundation, and then we'll make it realistic for you. Now, we have investors who are willing to invest their money into your idea and into your concept. So starting this month, end of this month, we're starting a roadshow to the various universities, and each of the universities we're going to pick the best 3, and then the best 3 will also come to the grand finale, and then we will choose which concepts based on the judgment from the panelists, which concepts are viable.
As part of reducing unemployment across the country and create more job opportunities, the Ghana India Trade Advisory Chamber Foundation has designed a special initiative.
A round of applause for him as he goes to his seat. Thank you so much, Mr. Antwi. He came all the way from Ghana, and edit from the video, access funding. One of the panelists here the other time said, the problem is not money. I know some people will struggle with that statement, but I think I will say it again. I think if funding is not actually the problem in the world, it is the ideas to invest them in. That is where the problem lies. A lot of people are just replicating what is already existing. Some investors are just looking for that tiny bit of innovation in what you're building. And you will be shocked at the tiniest of innovations is what will get you the funding that you're looking for. take it from me. So when you have ideas, think of the distinguishing factor around what you're bringing out, and make sure that is your selling point. So thank you. We've heard a lot about investments today. So we're going to the next section. Sorry, the next agenda, which is he came on a panel session before, in the person of our ex Big Brother Ninja housemate. He will be talking about Africa and Web 3.0. His name is Ernst Abraham. He's the CEO of Meta Art Africa. They also have a booth outside in case you want to know more about what they do. So put your hands together for him as he makes it up the stage.
Hi. Hello. Like as you as already said, my name is Yerins, and I'm the founder CEO of Meta Africa. And today I'll be speaking on Web3 and Africa. And I'm not going to go too much into the technical aspects, but rather something I'm going a little bit touching each of us as Africans, the emotional part of us, and also will motivate us as Africans to, to grow, and relating that with Web3. So that's just the idea of what I will be saying today. Okay, so let me begin. Yeah. So, okay. So I would like to start with the word change before we begin. I think I'm having some. Oh. Okay, the word change. So change is inevitable, and some people fight it, some people embrace it. But what's always constant is that change always occurs. Like change happens no matter how long it takes, no matter how short it takes, it will always come to pass. And in terms of like in tech or Web3 internet evolution, it's constantly growing. And it's either you are aware of this and take advantage of it, or you look at it grow past you, and then when it passes you to a certain stage, you're like, oh my God, I cannot catch up. So let's everybody that's built on it, just keep being like that. So that's what change. The idea of change is, it's always constant. It's ever moving. The world is ever moving as long as you're growing, and it's either you embrace it or you fight it. But at the same time, no matter what you do to it, it's going to happen. So that's change. Okay. Um, so Web 2, Web 1, and Web 3, let's try to get to understand them. Because the words are kind of like, okay, it's Web 3 crypto, it's crypto NFT, it's NFT blockchain, what's all this? What's the metaverse? How does that relate with Web 3 and all? And what's Web 1? I've never heard anybody say Web 1. So those are kind of questions that most people ask, right? So Web 3. Okay, no, let's start with Web 1. So Web 1 was more of a static read-only content. It started back in 1989. The idea for the Web 3 started growing momentum in 1989 and got very big back in 1995. It was more of like the internet where you can access informations. This information was more of being static and information based. So you want to read about, like, that's when platforms like Wikipedia came. You had this encyclopedia. You can go to the web, you click on this name and you go and read everything about it, and it was so interesting and revolutionary at that time. So that's the idea of Web 1. So a platform where it's read only, it's static. Interactions, there was actually there's no user in Wikipedia that you want to go and connect with. That hasn't happened back then. So Web 1 was mostly something like that. Have a corporation that actually built something that gives this required information to the public. So that's Web 1. And Web 2 actually began back in 1999. It gained great momentum back in 2003, 2002, 2003, when Facebook actually came into existence. And it was all up after then. So Web 2 is more of a shared dynamic content. Of course, most of us our Facebook, I want to believe, or almost all of us. And every single thing in the Web2 side, from shared dynamic content, user interaction, and community base, was what Web2 was offering. So apart from just reading, this content or reading from people, you can connect with other people. And you can do all these things in Web2. And this is great, at least it helps. I will speak more on that, but it helped us as Africans. But what's Web3, and what can Web3 do better than all this, especially Web2? So Web2 is connect connections based through search and analysis. So this is basically instead of like instead of it's being more unique and being more onto you, it's being more individualized than you algorithm having to tell you what to do. You get to do what you want to do and stay on that. And then whenever you want to change on whatever you want, like whenever you want to change, you personally do it yourself. So no algorithm tends to tell you what to do. This is very important because most of us most of us are being told what to do. And I can understand that humans, it's very hard to like decide on something, but you can go a particular way that you didn't really want to go because there is this, centralized corporations that have an idea of you, trying to navigate you in a particular way. So Web3 is like, you know what, we are taking the power away from this corporation and bringing it back to you as an individual. So that's one thing that Web3 did. And it's AI all driven. AI-driven service. So one thing about human beings, entity, organization, that we establish, it's mostly for a good reason. We can establish a new religion for a good reason, a new corporation for a good reason, a new company for a good reason, a new product for a good reason. But the more people adapt into that product, individuals look at this product and say, oh, how can I tweak it so I can dope this guy's money, or I can like try to like gain something from this person. So instead of being well, depending on human beings, it depends on a block of computers that make these decisions securely and very in a verified way for us Africans. So that's just one thing. And it's individual based. Like I said, it's taking the power away from the corporations and bringing it back to you as an individual. Now, Africa. Where did Africa stand when Web2 was growing? Where was Africa? And in the map, you will see that only from 0 to 30% of African countries, really interacted with the internet when it was starting, especially Web2. And to an extent, this was okay because most of us Africans, we are more into, tech is something that of course, we are growing in it, but we are very cultural people. We are more of like, culture, arts, music, when it comes to tech, leave it for these people to do. And that's just something that, we have been growing with. Back in World War One, black people were more of entertainers, when they foreigners, get tired and black people come and entertain. Even now, say, most of our biggest products or exports are entertainers. So this is something that it's not even about, it's something that we've built in us, but we were way back when Web1 came. Ghana back in 1998 was one of the first countries that had a broadband internet connection. So, and then we started growing with it. And Web2, of course, I would say, we started late, but there is a new something, and we have Web3. So things are not going to be going too bad for us. I'll explain soon. Okay, so Web2 in Africa, there's pros and cons. What was the greatest thing that happened to Africa with Web2, and what's the con with that? Okay, so pros. Web2 helped Africans with connecting to the rest of the world. People got to understand that Africa isn't just this stuff. I studied in Ukraine, and most of the older women in Ukraine, when they see a black person, they are like, really? Because growing up, these women, or most of these people, what they see was all this village, naive. That's what they see. You don't even blame them because that's what they show them. And Web2 came with these centralized corporations that showed Africa that, man, people are creating this, people are making this. We don't live in huts, we live in great places, we have light, we have this, we have that. we have infrastructures, and that's what Web 2 helped, us do. It connected us to the rest of the world. And but the cons are like it was late adoption. Of course, like the map I showed you, only just 30% of Africans when Web 2 came adopted into the technology. Too centralized by foreign companies. We as Africans, okay, let me give you an example. HTTP, there is a protocol called, there is this email protocol that when Web 2 came, anybody can create their own email. Now, Google and Microsoft took this and made their own platforms. So most of us have Google, most of us have Yahoo. These are centralized entities that own these emailing services. You can create your own, but where do you want to start? It's not that you want to create your own Gmail. How do you compete with them? These people are so powerful that they have taken all the power to themselves. And this is something that we as Africans, where do we build? Because no matter, as long as you keep using their platform, what they can do for you is to make a branch in us, in our continent, Africa. They won't build, they won't say, oh, because of we love Africa, we want to like bring some revenues to Africa. No, they built it in their own continent, they built it in their own country, the money remains in their country. That is Web 2. That is something that Web 2 gave to people. But that's something that we as Africans, we can't. So because of our late adoption, and also, too many centralized Instagram, if you are a developer now, when do you want to build that kind of platform? So that's just one of the things. Okay, so what I'm looking at is, instead of Web 3 is like, let's leave this decentralized economy and help, this a centralized universe where individuals can build without having the fear that, a centralized entity will take over. And that's what Web 2 is doing. And Web 2 is new. Web 3, sorry. And Web 3 is new. That means you can learn about it and build. So like, we are already trying to navigate towards the wrong way by always just thinking about that crypto or Web 3 is just about getting money or being an influencer in this. Oh, let me cash out. Oh, what's the new currency or what's the new coin? No, it shouldn't just be about that. It should be about building. If you go to conferences that are happening right now, or people that are building, even in India, right now in the US, right now in Dubai, people forget about the money. They don't even speak about exchanges. What they are doing is building infrastructures and utilities that can help the world. And that is what I want Africans to do. And that is what I want us to do as Africans. So to forget about this part, and Web3 is here, instead of us to become just spectators or consumers, we should be builders and creators. So that's it, by the way. And one last thing. Okay. This is. Oh. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so it's fine. Okay, so one last thing, what I would like to say is, I have a platform called Meta Africa. What we are doing is we are creating opportunities for Africans, and we are doing just what I said. Instead of just us just being spectators and consumers or users, we are building and making sure that we are builders and creators in the African sector. We don't want to just take a step back and have a map that says that only 30% of us actually build. And we want to build infrastructures. We want to make sure that Africans own big companies that will help the rest of the world. Even if we want to use our art or our music or whatever entertainment we have to share with the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Aaron. As he was speaking, I was just listening to the passion at which he was passionate. Okay, of a true, we need to not be consumers. We need to be people who are creating. We are in the creators economy globally, and I feel like Africans or Nigerians shouldn't just consume. All those tokens you're chasing and exchanges, you are consuming. All those trading you're doing, you are consuming. So be a part of the process. I'm not telling you go and create your own token tomorrow and call it whatever and say, oh, you have built something. That's not what I said. Infrastructure, we need it. And that is why Let me pause there. Sorry.
Principals over at Sky9 Capital. Our whole idea is to bring all the great, amazing people from the world of blockchain and emerging tech together in one place. This is a B2B event. So this is if you're in the industry, if you're looking to raise funds, if you're looking to learn more, if you're looking to invest, if you have a project which needs investment, this is what we do. We bring people together who all have a need and who are all trying to grow our industry in a very special and interesting way. I myself am going to be involved as well. I'm going to be hosting the startup pitches, which are one of the key elements of our AIBC events, because we also believe in pushing forward the new exciting projects which happen in the industry and making sure they get the exposure they need. But not only that, we help them and get them funding. We sort of do some matchmaking over there. In fact, beyond what we're doing here at AIBC in Malta, we're actually going around the world. In fact, this year we've already been to places such as Toronto. We were in Belgrade earlier this year. Next year, we're actually coming to Africa. In fact, we hope many of you will join us as we are in Africa this coming January in Nairobi, Kenya, where we'll be holding the inaugural AIBC event over there. And we would be more than thrilled to have you join us at this event, because we feel that it's a great first step for us helping bridge the worlds. We come from the European and the North American world and bridge it with Africa, because when these two worlds combine, the limits are endless. We do not have any limitations, because we are bringing some of the most amazing economies from the African state with investors from the North American worlds, where we can come together and do some beautiful things and help the unbanked and help Africa grow as a nation when it comes down to the crypto space. So I would invite you to come join us there. Before I do close this keynote over here, one thing I would like to say is that we need to focus as an industry on utility. This is no longer an industry where we're just talking about projects, but it's where we start building. And what we have been really proud to see over the last year is so many projects that we have been supporting actually building the projects and getting out into the space. In fact, we're pleased to have a number of projects coming and joining us here in Malta who we have supported for a number of years in our events. And they're going to be here in the Malta event at the Hilton in Malta this November. Again, many of them will join us in Kenya, and then following that, we'll also be in Dubai, where we'll have our big show, our third big Dubai show, this year featuring none other than Gary V. What I do want to say is, for anybody who's looking to get into this industry, this is the time. You are still very early to help change and shape what the emerging tech industry is going to look like. And whether this be from the angle of metaverse, whether it be from the fintech side and the DeFi side, or the GameFi side, you're in a position where you can be a mover and shaker and shape how this industry grows. All you have to do is start reaching out and start bringing your ideas to the table to see how your knowledge and your background in your area can solve a problem. Using this technology, there are many people out there we will connect you to help solve that issue and get out into the big wide world. I'd like to thank you all very much for your time. And again, once again, a very big congratulations to FinTech Nigeria FinTech Week. On behalf of AIBC, we hope to all see you at one of our upcoming events. And thank you again for having us.
A round of applause for Mr. Wesley. That was an amazing speech. How do we feel today? How do we all feel today? Okay, so it has been an amazing time for me. I've learned from some people, I've networked, and I've added more people to my contact list. So as you're collecting these numbers, don't just let them be on your contact list, though. Explore. So let me tell you something about the blockchain space. Community is everything. And if you are a lady, please make sure you connect with the women in DeFi. They are an amazing female community that I love so much. They are doing great and amazing things for the ladies. So please make sure you join them. The last but not the least event, I like to call it the last but not the least, but don't worry. So we'll be presenting awards to some people, and I'll be calling upon the COO of Nigerian FinTech Association. He will be presenting awards to some people while we get ready to. So, a round of applause for him. They have done an amazing job putting this together. It's been an amazing session from Tuesday till Friday today. And, and I'm sure we have learned a lot. For those who started coming from the very first day, I want to say thank you for coming, but let's give them the awards before. Just get. Okay, so the first award is going to award of recognition for Blockchain Nigeria User Group for outstanding advocate for blockchain adoption in Africa. And this goes to Blockchain Nigeria User Group, and the founder is Mr. Chuta Chimezie. He's currently not around, so Mr. Kusu of Kusu Consult will be receiving the award on his behalf. Thank you. A round of applause for them. The Blockchain Nigeria User Group has been on the forefront of education in crypto and blockchain for a while. Okay, this is an award of recognition presented to one of the global crypto exchanges, Binance, for outstanding service in Africa and Nigeria, to be precise. Any representative from the Binance team available to come take the awards for Binance? Anybody from Binance? Someone should call them outside if anybody's there.
Destiny, I have waited patiently.
Binance, I need you guys to come take your award if you're there.
I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is, because we have our strengths.
The next award of recognition is presented to Gatak, and it will be for outstanding business and trade advocate in Africa. Let's invite Mr. Anthony to come.
Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up.
Okay, so Binance, you guys should step forward and receive the award for outstanding service for Binance.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions.
The next award of recognition is presented to Mr. Yaris Abraham for his contribution in the NFT metaverse adoption as an advocate for the technology. Give a round of applause for him as he takes up the stage.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses.
So this is an award of recognition presented to InterSwitch for an outstanding fintech innovation here in Nigeria and Africa. So somebody should please come take up the award for InterSwitch.
Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up.
An award of recognition presented to L Bank for outstanding contribution to crypto adoption in Africa. Anybody from the L Bank team?
I have to pick myself back up, and when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up, and when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, stand up for the champions.
Okay, so thank you so much, everybody. It's been an amazing time. I've enjoyed myself being your host, and I've seen beautiful and amazing faces today. And I hope you have learned a lot from everything that we discussed here at the event. I hope to see a lot of you be a part of the blockchain and crypto industry, which I play actively in. And we're going to be doing our vote of thanks by the CEO himself for coming. And there's food, so don't rush off.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm hungry. I don't know about you. So whatever has a beginning has an end, isn't it? So we'd like to appreciate everyone here and those online who have been with us since Tuesday. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible because we'll have spent all the money and they haven't emptied all. So please, let's appreciate ourselves for being here. We'd like to thank all the speakers and all the panelists who have come to impact knowledge here in the last few days. I mean, I'm sure everybody has learned something. And I'm so excited when I saw Shiji here. She's 10 years old and she's busy scribbling notes. And I said, look, FinTech NGR needs to give her an award. We need to encourage the young. And that makes me talk about the fact that for us in FinTech NGR, we have what we call the DigiQuip series, which is to help to create that knowledge gap. I mean, one of the big challenges is skills, and we saw it at yesterday's panel talking about talent. How do we build talent? We need to start with them at this age, you know, and I'm excited what Kenya is doing. Coding must start from primary school. It has to cut across Africa. That's the only way we can catch up and being able to leverage on knowledge and technology to grow the continent. We'd also like to appreciate all the members of the FinTech Governing Council who have supported this. We'd like to appreciate all our sponsors. Please, let's clap for them. Without them, we would have been able to do this. And we hope that next year it will be bigger, right? We hope to see more people, and we hope to take the whole of Landmark, all right? And lastly, I'd like to thank my team who have made this possible. So if they are here, just join me. Sheung, Aminat, Mrs. Felicity, where's Essay and Damilola, Femi, well, all those in the planning committee, just join me here. Because you might not see them, but they are at the back doing so much to have made this to be successful. Ibukun, yeah. If I've missed out anybody, just come. Awesome. So thank you very much. We appreciate all of you and see you October 23 to 27, 2023. It's fixed and we're going to be here next year, bigger and better.
The way you do that thing, baby, you got me hooked on my chest. Give me that thing, give me that thing, wind that thing. Let us do this. Singing, I'm gonna put the man on depth. Balenciaga, that's right on me. Hey, I'm a baby when I tight up skirt. Balenciaga, make a man run sweat. Singing, I'm gonna put the man on depth. Balenciaga.
So thank you, everybody. Lunch is ready.
Hey, I'm a baby with the high up skirt. Balenciaga, make a man run sweat. Singing, I'm gonna put the man on depth.
Please, you can go to the eating area for lunch.
I give you all my time.
And go home from there.
You know how big like that's when you move.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Kilo con boys, kilo con vega. Estamos de Western, chino de vega. Oka radio, ebele suba, ebele. Epido de fire, de kukude ni suba. Tolo yo kere, yari kebe na suba. Chega con pami con kile. Oni suba, tuba wa, ojade sita. I say like a pine tropicana. Me, I don't take the marijuana. Joanna, Jubadi, Biomogana. Ondo, Oblando, for me, we are going to Skoda. Who is the guy? Think I give up for. Me, I done the streets and when them sing on God. Apala no be so can see my team, them no be feeder. Premier League is not UEFA. Small body, my engine bigger gun. Joa, when you show her, Tobawa, Oja de Sita, and Oje do that, Amigo Zila, Maradona, Jolo Coachella, Emanuela, Joa, Joa,
More music on trendybeats.com. More music on trendybeats.com.
C'est pour moi le pas, c'est moi les gars tout l'argent. Ola, ola, comme un star. Et on me cache ma star. Kilo con boys, kilo con vega. Estamos de Western, chino de vega. Oka radio, ebele suba, ebele. Epido de fire, de kukude ni suba. Tolo yo kere, yari kebe na suba. Chega con pami con kile. Oni suba, tubawa, ojade sita, eno che do deta, amigo Zila, Maradona, Jolo Coachella, Emanuela, Joa, Joa, Oni Joa, Joa, Oni Joa, Joa, I
say like a pine tropicana. Me, I don't take, I don't take the marijuana. Joanna, too bad.